Spoštovane dame, cenjeni gospodje, najlepša hvala, ker ste se nam danes pridružili na tej pomembni konferenci. Govorili bomo o vlogi žensk v politiki, ki je pogosto teren, ki je vse prej kot lahek za vse, ki vanjo aktivno vstopijo, ne glede na spol. Za ženske je ta pot še posebej zahtevna, ne le da se soočajo z istimi izzivi kot moški, ampak se morajo pogosto prebiti tudi skozi mrežo različnih stereotipov, tradicionalnih norm in pričakovanj. A če nas je zgodovina česa naučila, nas je tega, da so ženske, da smo izjemno trdožive in sposobne preseči tudi najbolj visoke ovire. Ravno zato so projekti, kot je Opolnomočenje žensk v sodobni družbi, tako zelo dragoceni, ker si prizadevajo razbiti te staromodne predsodke in predstave ter ustvariti okolje, kjer lahko mlajše ženske v politiki izražajo se brez omejitev in predsodkov. Ne gre torej le za izboljšanje statistike ali zagotavljanje kvot, ampak resnično za preobrazbo naše družbe, kjer bodo ženske lahko enakopravno sodelovale in oblikovale svet, v katerem živimo. Danes bomo slišali izkušnje in vpoglede strokovnjakov in strokovnjakinj iz različnih koncev sveta. Zato hvala vsem, ki ste danes tukaj in podpirate to pomembno poslanstvo, ne glede na to, ali ste tu kot raziskovalke, političarke, študentke ali preprosto kot tisti, ki vam je mar. Vaša prisotnost je znak, da smo na pravi poti. Del današnje konference bo v angleškem jeziku. Če menite, da bi potrebovali prevod, tudi zato je poskrbljeno. Naprave z njimi se lahko oskrbite, so na koncu te dvorane. Zdaj pa predajam besedo našemu prvemu govorcu, ministru za delo, družino, socialne zadeve in enake možnosti, gospodu Luki Mescu. Minister, izvolite.
Hvala lepa in lepo pozdravljene, glede na to, da ste v veliki večini ženske. Sam bi najprej želel se zahvaliti vsem organizatorjem konference, vsem partnerjem v projektu in pa seveda v naših vrstah najlepše pozdravljam predsednico Republike, gospo doktorico Natašo Pirc Musar. Opolnomočenje žensk je ogromna tema že več stoletij in kot smo videli v zgodovini, je veliko lažje spreminjati zakone in predpise, kot pa pričakovanja in stereotipe. Pri nas v Sloveniji smo tako aktivno kot pasivno volilno pravico žensk uzakonili že leta 1945, takoj po drugi svetovni vojni. To pomeni, ženske sta od takrat lahko volile in tudi bile voljene. Ampak je preteklo več kot 70 let, da smo recimo izvolili prvo predsednico republike. In enako je preteklo več kot 70 let, da smo izvolili prvo predsednico državnega zbora. Po drugi strani, kot minister, ki sem tudi minister za družino, dobro vem, da čeprav govorimo o enakopravnosti in smo recimo v našem mandatu vsem očetom omogočili 60 dni neprenosljivega dopusta, starševskega dopusta ob rojstvu otroka, se še vedno soočamo z statistikami, kot so tele. Ko otrok, ki je šoloobvezen, zboli, v 95% dopust za skrbstvo tega otroka vzame mama in samo v 5% oče. Ko se pogovarjamo o tem, kdo opravlja skrbstvena in gospodinjska dela doma, predvsem skrbstvena, nam ankete kažejo, da so v 82% to ženske. Se pravi, pričakovanja, družbene vloge so še vedno tukaj. In prejšnji teden sem v teatru gledal eno predstavo, kjer je nekako pripovedovalka zgodbe, ki je držala rdečo nit, bila ženska, ki je govorila z malo hecnim nemškim naglasom. Na koncu smo zvedeli, da je to Hannah Arendt. Govorila je pa oziroma pripovedovala svojo izkušnjo nacizma. In ena od stvari, ki jih je rekla, da se njej takrat zdela popolnoma nespodobna v njeni mladosti, ker je bila tako vzgojena, je, da bi se ženske postavljale na družbene položaje, kjer bi ukazovale, češ, ali pa kjer bi ženske vodile, češ pač to nikakor ne pritiče vlogi ženske. Pač vloga ženske je, da posluša in sprejema navodila, ne pa da je ona tista, ki navodila daje. Kasneje seveda pa v svoji filozofiji o tem veliko premlevala in ta prepričanja tudi spremenila. Mi je bilo pa zelo zanimivo slišati, da je intelektualka njenega kova v svoji mladosti pač tudi verjela in delila te stereotipe o ženskah. Zdaj, ko se pogovarjamo o politični participaciji žensk, mislim, da je to stereotip, ki še vedno vztraja. Se pravi pač, ali je spodobno, čeprav tega izraza ne uporabljamo več, si pa marsikdo potiho to misli, da je ženska na vodilnem položaju. In ko vidimo ženske na vodilnih položajih, jaz nemalokrat vidim, da za nje obstajajo drugačni vatli javne kritike kot za moške. Ne vem, kdaj so nazadnje javno kritizirali kakšnega moškega voditelja, kako je oblečen, a je prišel skuštran v službo, kakšne čevlje nosi, kako izgleda, koliko kil ima. Pri ženskah se mi zdi, da pač te javne kritike kar redno vztrajajo, sploh na socialnih omrežjih. In ta del me tudi skrbi, ker ko spremljam sploh svoja socialna omrežja, se mi zdi, da te stereotipe še polarizirajo. Zdaj lahko beremo raziskave, ki kažejo, da je med mlajšimi fanti in puncami prišlo do pojava, da so punce politično levo orientirane, fantje pa desno. In to pomeni, da socialna omrežja, ker pač vsakemu v bistvu nekako ustvarjajo mehurček, te stereotipe, namesto da bi jih odpravljali, celo polarizirajo. In v tem smislu smo mi tukaj pred eno veliko preizkušnjo. A bomo zmogli mi sami z našimi projekti, z našo sporočilnostjo, z našo solidarnostjo, z našimi nagovori preglasiti najvplivnejše medije in najvplivnejše ljudi, ki te medije obvladujejo na svetu tega časa. Tako da v tem smislu vam čestitam za pogum, predvsem in nami je ena velika in težka naloga. Hvala lepa.
Hvala lepa, gospod minister, za te besede. Naslednja pa je na vrsti, kot je minister že sam omenil, prva predsednica pravzaprav v zgodovini Slovenije, doktorica Nataša Pirc Musar, z kar precejšnjo kilometrino ženske na visokih položajih v javnem prostoru in v politiki, pa nam bo povedala, ali še držijo stereotipi, ko gre za ženske na visokih položajih. Prosim.
Eno lepo dobro jutro. Jaz moram eno stvar priznati, nisem jutranji človek. Jaz vse stvari najbolj operativno naredim pozno zvečer in ponoči, tako da moram zdajle sprožiti vso svojo energijo, ampak se bom maksimalno potrudila, da bom seveda zanimiva. Spoštovani minister Luka Mesec, spoštovane vse seveda udeleženke projekta, organizatorji dogodka, spoštovani vsi zbrani. Pred enim letom sem se odzvala že povabilu vašega projekta in bila prisotna na okrogli mizi, kjer smo govorili o političarkah v javnem življenju. Zakaj pravzaprav začenjam s to temo? Očitno je treba vsako leto iste teme odpirati, morda tudi večkrat na leto. Jaz mislim, da se vse tukaj prisotne zelo zavedate, da je to pravzaprav nikoli dokončana zgodba. vedno znova in znova bomo ženske morale govoriti o svojih pravicah, o enakosti, enakopravnosti. Če bomo tiho, so v Organizaciji Združenih narodov izračunali, da bomo do približne enakopravnosti potrebovali še 140 let. No, jaz tega ne bom dočakala. Vi, ki ste tukaj v dvorani, tudi ne. Brez dvoma je opolnomočenje žensk eno ključnih vprašanj današnjega časa, če mene vprašate. Jaz mislim, da je vsaka družbena skupina, vsaka država, vsaka skupnost izrazito nespametna, če zanemari polovico svojega potenciala. Ženske namreč predstavljamo polovico potenciala. Kako zagotoviti enakost, enakopravnost? To ni lahko, pa morda najprej samo ena kratka obrazložitev, ne da bi vas želela podcenjevati, ampak sama sem si tako najlažje zapomnila razliko med enakopravnostjo in enakostjo. Enakopravnost je, sem nekje prebrala, če vsakomur daš par čevljev. Enakost pa dosežeš šele tako, da vsakemu daš par čevljev, ki ustreza številki njegove noge. In to je klasičen primer tako imenovane pozitivne diskriminacije, kako in na kakšen način je treba izdelovati, regulirati, pripravljati politike, ki lahko pripeljajo na koncu do te enakosti. Gender equity je recimo izraz v angleškem jeziku, ki ga lahko prevedemo tudi kot poštenost, ne samo enakost. Skratka, prebiram dneve in dneve vse, kar se na tem področju dogaja, ampak razlike so še vedno velike. To si moramo vsi skupaj priznati tudi v razvitih zahodnih demokracijah. In kljub zakonodaji, ki določa recimo enako plačilo za enako delo, se še vedno pojavljajo razlike v plačah. Mi je pa en projekt v Evropski uniji zelo všeč. Sprejeta je bila direktiva, oziroma mislim, da je celo uredba, ki je neposredno uporabljiva v vseh državah članicah, ki zahteva od družb gospodarskih, ki kotirajo na borzi, da je v upravah teh podjetij, torej v državah članicah, vsaj tretjina žensk. Zdaj, če ne gre drugače, smo pri številki čevljev, ki jo je treba ženskam ponuditi. In v ozadju, veste, je bila ena kompletna analitika vsega tega, da je do takšne uredbe prišlo. Namreč strokovnjaki so izračunali, da je dobiček v podjetjih, kjer so ženske v upravah, bistveno večji, kot če so v teh upravah samo moški. To je en tak trigger za fante. Kot je že minister Mesec povedal, ja, Slovenija je v super volilnem letu 2022 dobila prvo žensko predsednico, prvo predsednico državnega zbora in tudi prvo zunanjo ministrico in prvo generalno državno odvetnico. Zdaj, kar na nekaj položajih, recimo, smo se ženske pojavile. Jaz upam, da ste se nas fantje že malo navadili, ker vedno, ko se pogovarjamo o feministični politiki, feministični zunanji politiki, ko me vprašava, zakaj predsednica se ukvarjaš s tem feminizmom, kaj zdaj, kaj nimaš rada moških, za božjo voljo. Mi ne delamo tega, da bi moški imeli manj, ampak samo želimo, da bomo ženske vsaj približno enake priložnosti imele. To je bistvo feminizma na koncu. Pripravila sem si ene statistične podatke oziroma podatke iz ene ankete, saj verjetno jih tisti, ki ste v Sloveniji, poznate, ampak mene so dobesedno šokirali ti podatki. Mednarodna raziskava državljanske vzgoje in izobraževanja je sicer iz konca leta 2022, ampak je za Slovenijo prinesla katastrofalno slabe rezultate. V Sloveniji se je kar 48% fantov strinjalo ali povsem strinjalo, da so moški bolje usposobljeni za politične voditelje kot ženske. Delež strinjanj pri dekletih pa je bil 12%, torej tudi dekleta, 12% njih meni, da ženske nismo usposobljene za političarke. več kot 30% fantov, to so bili stari 14 in 15 let, mislim, da, se je pa strinjalo ali pa zelo strinjalo, da se ženske sploh ne bi smele ukvarjati s politiko. In jaz berem rezultate te ankete in si mislim, kje za vraga smo zavozili, da slovenski mladeniči v bistvu razmišljajo na ta način. Rezultati so pravzaprav strašljivi, če mene vprašate, ne? In kažejo izrazito nenaklonjenost enega velikega dela mlade populacije enakosti in enakopravnosti spolov. V zadnjih letih se na ravni vrednot in stališč, po mojem mnenju, kaže tudi en tak trend individualizacije. Ta trend individualizacije, egoizma, če hočete, povzroča tudi nek posplošen upad zaupanja v druge ljudi, v sočloveka. In to je tisto, kar mene osebno boli, pojav ksenofobije, povezan s strahovi mladih glede sredstev za preživljanje, kariere, stanovanjske problematike, vse to gre na koncu z roko v roki. In zato sta, po mojem mnenju, feminizem, feministična politika danes ključni, saj nasprotujeta obstoječim nepravičnostim, ne nazadnje, ne. Gradita, to mi tako zelo radi v Sloveniji govorimo, mostove med posameznikom in skupnostmi, ampak o tem, pač, če samo govorimo, se premaknilo ne bo nikamor, to je treba preprosto živeti. In jaz veliko upov polagam na mlada dekleta, malce starejša dekleta in nas, ki smo že proti penziji, da bomo vedno glasne in jasne o tem, kaj si želimo in ne nazadnje ne kaj si želimo, ampak kaj je prav. In jaz iskreno verjamem, da je prav, da imamo ženske enake možnosti. Jaz druge poti enostavno ne vidim. Ne vidim razloga, zakaj ne bi smele imeti enakih možnosti. In v Sloveniji vam moram reči, vključno z ministrom Mescem in mnogimi moškimi v politiki, s katerimi se pogovarjam, nimajo teh težav. Ne nazadnje, veste, tudi v slovenskem parlamentu je trenutno 37% žensk, kar je, mislim, da Luka najvišji odstotek, odkar Slovenija obstaja, ne? Tudi tu se seveda pozna, da je energija v državnem zboru morda, recimo, malce drugačna. In če počasi zaključim, jaz iskreno verjamem, da opolnomočenje žensk nedvomno ni v korist samo ženskam, ampak res ni. Res verjamem v to, da tako lahko napreduje celotna skupnost. Da preprosto ni druge poti. Ko ženske dosežejo enakost in imajo enake možnosti, kot sem že omenila z enim primerom, to vpliva tudi na gospodarsko rast, na socialno stabilnost. To so res neki makroekonomski učinki v ozadju. Zato vedno pozivam ženske, da so aktivne v družbenem življenju, da so dejavne tudi v politiki. Če nas tam ne bo, politika vendarle kreira ustroj družbe, države, v kateri deluje. Ne nazadnje tudi znotraj Evropske unije. Jaz upam, da bo tudi v tej sestavi Evropske komisije dovolj pozornosti posvečene ženskim politikam. Ne nazadnje je predsednica Evropske komisije kar trd oreh bila s državami članicami, da je v Bruselj vendarle prišlo nekaj več ženskih kandidatk kot za komisarke, kot na začetku, ko so bile samo 4 od 27 pozicij. Ne? In je spet verjetno morala malce udariti po mizi in mislim, da jih je zdaj 12 od 27. Ne? Rada bi vam pa za konec samo še spregovorila o enem projektu, na katerem delam. In sicer, ne vem, če ste že slišale zanj, Gender Alternation v Generalni skupščini Organizacije Združenih narodov. OZN ogromno deluje na področju politike enakosti spolov, tudi znotraj SDG-jev so te vsebine v teh 17 sklopih praktično povsod, najdemo lahko vloge žensk, ampak sama daje pri vsem skupaj, torej organizacija, zelo slab zgled. Mi imamo letos 79. generalno skupščino, ravno zdaj poteka v New Yorku. Veste, kolikokrat so ženske predsedovale temu izjemno pomembnemu telesu? Od 79 predsedovanj so na stolu predsednice sedele zgolj 4 ženske, torej v 80 letih, naslednje leto bo 80 let obstoja Organizacije Združenih narodov. In spet, po naravni poti se očitno ne zgodi nič. Zato sem skupaj s kolegicami iz Španije in Argentine naslovila na države članice, 193 jih je pobudo o tako imenovanem gender alternation, kar pomeni, da eno leto predseduje moški, eno leto predseduje ženska. To so seveda izkušeni diplomati in diplomatke, ki so vodje misij v OZN-u in trenutno je 33% žensk na veleposlaniških pozicijah znotraj OZN-a, kar pomeni, da je dovolj izkušenih na razpolago. In če bo treba kaj trgovati, na koncu sem pripravljena pristati samo na 1:2. 2 moška, 1 ženska, 2 moška, 1 ženska. Recimo, da bomo dosegli nek politični kompromis. Naslednje leto grem sama v Organizacijo Združenih narodov, to bo ena mojih prednostnih agend, namreč s predsednikom vlade se menjava, vsako leto gre eden. In v tem letu, ki mi je še na voljo, zdaj že s kolegicami pilimo tekst, ki upam, da bo prišel na glasovanje v Generalni skupščini Združenih narodov. Upam, da bomo uspešne. Malce bodite v mislih z nami in nam pošiljajte pozitivno energijo, ni vrag, da ne bi ratalo. Skratka, iskrena hvala za vse, kar delate na tem projektu. To ni nikoli vržen čas stran, v to res iskreno verjamem. Vse moramo biti glasne in jasne, ko govorimo o ženskah v politiki ali v drugih družbenih skupinah, biti moramo slišane. In zdaj pa res končam. Nataša, izzvala si mene, da povem, kako je bilo na tej poti do mesta predsednice. Ni bilo lahko, bilo je brutalno. Kaj vse sem jaz v medijih bila, in to ne v nekih, recimo, obskurnih medijih. Od telebajske do nek novinar me je dolga leta klical informacijska zamaščenka, jaz sem bila informacijska pooblaščenka prej. Ja, jaz sem imela 25 kg več, v 3 letih sem shujšala za 25 kilogramov in ob neki priložnosti sem z največjim veseljem temu novinarju, veste, zabrusila kaj. Leta in leta si me klical dobesedno, bajsa. Ampak jaz sem shujšala, tvoj IQ pa ne bo nikoli večji. Hvala lepa.
Hvala lepa, gospa predsednica. No, v naslednji uri pa izvemo več o tem, kako se ženske znajdejo v politiki, doma in po nekaterih koncih sveta. Spoznali bomo, kakšni so pogoji, kje so stvari bolj ali pa manj urejene. Svoja znanja, poglede in izkušnje bodo z nami delili mednarodni strokovnjaki in strokovnjakinje in vabim, da se nam pridružite na odru. Doktorica Dolly Thomas iz Stella Maris College Indija. Potem je z nami tudi doktorica Radika Lašmina Rajanan z Univerze v Kuvajtu. Doktorica Valerija Barada z Univerze v Zadru. Preko video povezave pa se nam bosta pridružila dr. Miloš Jovanovič z Univerze v Nišu in profesorica Elizabeta Marino z Univerze v Rimu. Razpravo pa bo usmerjala Lucija Dežan z Univerze v Mariboru. Prosim.
Angleško, ni nobene potrebe po prevodu, ampak tisti, ki bi pa morda želeli prevod, pa kot je bilo že prej rečeno, na koncu vas čakajo pomagači oziroma pomagala. Okay. So welcome to our session on plenary session on women's politics and their position in policy around the world. We will have a 30-minute session with one round of questions, since Madam President and Minister have other obligations and have to leave at 10 o'clock. So we will try to be to respect that timeline. And as it was already said, we have also two participants that are with us on Zoom. So we also welcome in our company Miloš Jovanović from University of Niš and Elisabetta Marino from University of Rome, Italy. All right. Okay, I hope that we can see and hear each other well. And I suggest that we start with our discussion. Okay, so Dolly, I already asked you to move the positions. However, we will start with you. We are very grateful that we have all of you in our company today. So Dolly, in India, women have historically played significant roles in politics, yet representation at higher levels remains limited. Yes. What are the key challenges, would you say, for Indian women? What are key challenges they face in achieving political leadership?
Right. Can you hear me? Is it clear?
I think it's clear.
Okay. So greetings from India to all of you. For the 20 of us who have come in from Chennai, it's really wonderful to be here. And coming to the question, yes, like what you rightly said, we are way behind the world as far as political representation in the parliament is concerned. Like the president mentioned, in Slovenia, it's 37%. But in India, at present, we have only 13.63% women in the parliament. So that really shows it's very disproportionate to our population, as well as to the political aspirations of women. The key challenges that we face is, I think, the idea of complete acceptance of women in political roles has not come in. Though we have had women in politics for a very long time. In fact, India started very well. And considering the fact that we started very well, unfortunately, we have not been able to keep that momentum. So women are there in politics, but they are facing a lot of challenges. So you have their entry into politics, it's impeded by a lot of social constraints. So we really don't have the support system, especially when you have women can easily be there. In fact, if we had kept the momentum that we had started in 1947, India would have had 30% or more women in parliament. But we are way, way below that. And there have been a lot of challenges, but I see a change coming about. And this change is coming about in the lower tiers of government. So when it comes to local urban governance, women have entered that in a very big way since the 1990s. And this came in as a result of an amendment to the Constitution. So the Constitution was amended and they reserved 33% seats in local governance. So that has brought about a big change. Of course, there were a lot of hiccups, but as far as governance is concerned, women have proven to be the trailblazers. So I think for India, it's going to be a bottom to top approach. So that's how the change is going to come about. In recent years, women in local self-government, whether it's in the rural areas through the panchayats or through zonal councils in urban areas, they've been doing extremely well. So I think the change is coming about. Maybe in a decade or so, you have things will improve for women.
Let's stay for I think, yes. It works. Okay, let's stay for a second outside Europe as well. So Radhika, in a region where politics is often male-dominated, what recent advancements have Kuwait women made in terms of political participation and also political leadership?
Okay, first of all, hello, morning, and so happy to be here.
Yeah, so happy to be here in Slovenia. And though I am of Indian origin, basically been doing most of my work in Kuwait. So I'm going to talk about Kuwait and, of course, the Gulf Cooperation Council states. So as you know already, in these countries, even democracy is something which is just growing. We call it very, very quasi-liberal, quasi-democratic countries. By and large, governments are authoritarian. It's all a top-down approach. So women are smart, and women are proving their mettle, particularly in business, because all these countries are now diversifying outside the oil-based economies. They want to become business hubs. And they also understand, as Madam President said, that 50% of the population is women. So you need women everywhere, or else you're going to be dependent completely on expatriates. You're going to be inviting people from all over the world to work for you. So in the process of nationalization, we see more women coming into the fore, particularly in business. Education is very high. In all these countries, with the exception of Oman, you have almost 95% literacy of women. And we have women in business, leaders, women even in the judiciary, we have women. But when it comes to political participation, political leadership, we are way, way behind. Leadership is hereditary, and it's male, through the old sheikdoms, the tribal leaderships have continued as monarchies. And wherever we see women, wanting a more to play a more meaningful role in politics, we find that this is happening after in the 21st century as a result of Western pressure. So there is Western pressure in these countries for security reasons, for defense support, and therefore, as a result, we see now the conversations are beginning. And you see a very top-down approach, because this is what I call gender washing, because you find the authoritarian governments now nominating a few women into politics, and they would be given soft roles like, maybe a minister for tolerance, minister for child welfare, and it's all, and always top-down. And you also see predominantly at least in the early phases, 2000, the first 10 years, we saw only women from royal families, from elite coming in, being nominated, so that they don't shake up the system too much, keep the ball rolling and do exactly what the governments want. But that doesn't mean that the conversations are not happening. There are civil society organizations, women's organizations, which are talking about it, they want to play a role. Particularly, they want to, bring in reform, not only in terms of democracy, because that's one big fight that's happening, is to become more democratic, but along with that, also to include women, because then the entire stereotype of what the women, particularly in these Islamic countries, are portrayed as, that changes, not just in terms of dress, not just in terms of laws, it's citizenship, it's also about the roles they play, what is expected in terms of the kind of roles they play as a wife, as a child, as a daughter, as a wife. They have restrictions in terms of divorce laws. They have restrictions in terms of child support. Everything is still very, very patriarchal. They have a long way to go. I can't say that things are not changing. They are beginning to change. Of course, women are seeking a voice. And we hope that the economic reform that's happening will also automatically push them and give them much more a bigger voice in terms of politics. And so definitely, it's the opposite of what Dolly said. There you see in India, we see a bottom-up approach. Here we see a top-down approach. And slowly, we hope that with the civil societies just coming, and certain amount of elections happening in the municipal levels, where you see one odd woman here and there coming up, we hope that somewhere it bridges the gap and some change will happen. But definitely not in terms of 45 years or more. It's going to take at least 100 years for that kind of radical change, as has happened in this part of the world, to happen in the GCC countries.
Yes, I know.
Magic.
Okay, so thank you, Radhika, for this valuable information. We already touched upon media representation or media portrayal of women in politics, and I'm now turning the discussion into our neighboring country, Croatia, and I would like to ask how Croatian media are portraying female politicians in your country. What are maybe the major changes you have observed in recent years?
Okay, first of all, thank you for your invitation, and I'm really honored and challenged to be in this great company today or this morning. You asked what are the big changes that I've noticed in media representations. I can't say that I see any. What we heard this morning, it's almost like a notorious or a typical thing or generalized thing to say that media objectify women, and it is in Croatia everywhere also, and in Croatia, and that just stands. As a sociologist, I always feel an unease when I pronounce a certain generalization of any kind of data or indicator or phenomena, but I think that this generalization stands in this case. We did have a female president, as you from this region at least know, Kolinda Grabar-Kitarović, and we can say maybe that was a nice change or a good good sign, let's say. We previously, since the 90s, also had a female prime minister and so on. We have women in parliament, but up to 1/3 in previous elections, we fell down to 1/5. Now we are at 33% and so on. But if we go back to Kolinda Grabar-Kitarović, we could see, and still, even though she's not president anymore, but she is still in the public eye and in the media eye, we can still see how she is objectified and how her figure, her losing weight, how she dressed is always at the forefront when covering something about her. I just recently, like 2 days ago, saw something on a major news portal in Croatia, and the title and the first caption of the text was how she charmed her people who she was talking to. So it's always her physical presentation, and it's always interpreted through that lens. And then if we take her as an example, then we can just lower it to any other example, being women in the parliament now, or female ministers, or if we go to municipal levels where we have a bit bigger representation of women in municipal counties or than on national level. That's interesting. Women are always interested in this, communal issues. But nevertheless, this media representations just kind of copies and reproduces this very typical or stereotypical and degrading vision or picture of women or representation of women in media.
I'm a quick learner. Thank you, Valeria Barada, for that. We are staying a bit in a region, so I have now a question for Miloš Jovanović. We are going to Serbia right now, and my question is, how can civil society contribute to increasing female political representation and participation in Serbia?
Well, the thing with civil society in Serbia is that it is in a position of a token and not a real position that can act and be a kind of an agency of a change. The overall situation is that the government and government agencies, ministries, etc., are forced to cooperate with the members of civil society, NGOs, some groups, female associations, etc., only for the reason that they can show that they are doing it. So, as Radhika mentioned, when it comes to gender reforms, it's mostly about gender washing, and like putting on a show that actually government, Serbia as a state, is cooperating with civil society. I mean, later on in my presentation, my lecture, I'll give you some data and fortunately corroborate more on this. But I don't think you can speak about Serbia as a classical liberal democracy. It is still an authoritarian, autocratic regime, and gender politics are usually there in order for ruling party, ruling oligarchy, governing forces to display their commitment to democracy without really without the real wish or effort to make the change towards democratic, more democratic society and more inclusion and empowering of women.
Thank you for this information from Serbia. Now we are turning to Italy, to Dr. Elisabetta Marino. Welcome in our company. Italy as well has a long history of women's activism in politics, yet women still face significant barriers in terms of representation. What are at the moment the most pressing issues affecting female politicians in Italy today?
Okay, that's a very challenging question. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm really happy to be with you, though not in flesh. Now, the situation in Italy is still very challenging. It is true we have a prime minister who is a woman for the first time, but I mean, her positions towards women are mixed. And the challenges we still have are the challenges of somehow getting to the top positions. Top positions are always covered by men, and it's very difficult for women because they have this kind of glass ceiling, which is also incremented by the fact that it's extremely problematic to keep a work-life balance. Because there is no child support, and if women work, it is very difficult for them to care for the children. This is one of the major issues that we are facing at the moment. Even maternal leave is too short, and paternal leave is not something that men like to take for issues that are connected with the patriarchal roots of Italy. Things are changing inside universities, and this is a very positive thing. For example, we have an increasing number of rectors who are women, and also full professors who are women, head of departments who are women, and this is something that up until 10 years ago was unheard of. So things are changing, but still there are a lot of challenges. And another issue that Italy is facing at the moment, which doesn't involve necessarily the political situation, but the social environment we are in, is the problem of femicide. Italy is one of the countries in which the rate of femicides is among the highest. So we lack protection. There are not sufficient measures taken against the offenders, but women are getting organized. I mean, there are associations. There is, for example, an application that you can use on your phone. When you're going back home late at night, you can call a number and you can talk physically with a person until such time as you arrive home. So you feel safe, you feel protected. If anything happens, this person can call the police. But the situation is still critical. Last year, we have one of these femicides that absolutely shocked the whole of the country. And it was a girl who was murdered by her boyfriend. And why was she murdered? Because Giulia Cecchettin was her name, because she was more brilliant than he was. So she would graduate before him, and he couldn't simply stand it. So we need to educate the newer generations, and school is fundamental in this process. So we need education for the teachers in order to educate the newer generations.
Thank you, Elisabetta. Now I will give the public an opportunity, our audience, to ask a question. If anybody has any question for our guests, now it's your opportunity. We already have one question. Just a second, you will receive a microphone.
Valeria Korošec, Slovenia. I would like to hear a little bit more about this India amendment to Constitution, about 33% women at the local level. So it's how is it managed? It's like different list of men and women, and the best women get in, now competing with men, or how? Thank you.
So thank you for that question. Actually, when this amendment came in, ironically, if you look at it historically, the first attempt to bring women into the parliament was attempted by the colonial British government. So this is way back in 1935. So they had kind of brought in a provision saying that 41 women could join provincial legislatures, and to a lesser extent, it would be there in central legislatures as well. But ironically, it was the women's organizations that opposed this, because this happened when India was also having the freedom movement, the national movement against the British. So the women claimed that it was an attempt to divide the national movement, and it was rejected. Okay, so it was rejected. And so this whole debate on reserving seats for women, because it took a while for the leaders of the country to realize that women in India are a disadvantaged group. They're definitely disadvantaged, and some affirmative action had to be taken. So in 1993, it was introduced at the local level. And initially, it was not good at all, because the men who were not able to get voted in, they were making their daughters-in-law and their wives contest. In fact, those women were absolutely reluctant because they were afraid to join these councils, because you know how conservative it is in India. So when you have elder men in your presence, you're not allowed to speak. And most of these women wore veils, so they were not even allowed to lift up their veils. And they were like, I mean, if we go and attend meetings, who's going to do all the household work? Who's going to take care of our children? So the initial years were very difficult. It was, the entire thing was a sham. So I would say for almost 15 years, this reservation of women at the local levels was a sham. But things have changed mercifully, because women have realized that this is power to them, that they get a voice. So finally, women in India have realized that. And so using the reservation, in fact, things have changed a lot. In many states in India, it's now more than 50%. So it started off from 33. And in many states, several states in India, the percentage of women in local governance has gone up to more than 50%. And they're bringing about remarkable change. Remarkable change. So if you look at Tamil Nadu itself, the state that, that we belong to, there are 4,600 women as councillors just in urban governance. And the transparency that they've brought in, their innovative and unique approaches to governance has really brought about a change. It's making a big impact. You have not just at the local governance. So you have in 1996, an attempt was made basically to have a reservation within the parliament. This was in 1996. And it kind of led to ugly debates in parliament. So men said, where would you get capable women in India if you're keeping 33% seats for them? Where you don't have women, you don't have that number at all. And they didn't, yes. So it was absolutely unfair. It's not that we didn't have educated women by that time. And then again, there was this debate of what kind of women would enter the parliament. So they didn't want a certain kind of women to enter the parliament. So they didn't want women who were educated and liberated. So it's basically all of us here. They didn't want women like us entering the parliament because they thought we would rock the boat, we would bring in legislations that challenged patriarchal norms. So it was terrible. But you have that, the demand for women's representation in parliament never really died down. So every other year it would be introduced in parliament and it would kind of die a sorry death, so somebody would squash it. And that's how it was. In 2021, a women's organization called the National Federation of Women, they introduced a public interest litigation in the Supreme Court, saying that it's high time the change comes in. And this was brought into the parliament, and as usual, nothing was done about it. It was there, it was languishing. And last year, the Supreme Court pulled the parliament up. They said, how can you take such a lackadaisical approach to what they called a matter of prime importance? So women need political representation. It's high time you address this. So last year, you have the Women's Bill was finally passed. Okay, so it's taken 27 years of militancy, I would say, on the part of women's groups to get the women's representation in the parliament passed. But it has not been implemented as yet because the parliament, they say they would get it done only once a census happens. And that is another Pandora's box. So there's a lot of debate happening on how the census is going to be done in India. So, but I think maybe we'll face the same difficulty as we've seen in the rural level. Definitely when women enter parliament in bigger numbers, initially it'll just be gender washing, I guess. But I think, women want to make a difference. Definitely they want to make a difference. If you look at the elections that you have in the earlier months of this year, we've had elections to the government, and it was wonderful to see that in many states, the number of women who turned out to vote was higher. So in many states, and this was reported, it was something really good. But of course, finally, the women who got elected is a much smaller number.
Dr. Thomas, I apologize for interrupting you.
Yes.
However, the time is really quite scheduled, and I believe we can continue this debate after the break.
Sure. Lucia, if you allow me, just slightly stopping your interesting debate. Madam President and Minister have a busy schedule ahead of them, so we'll just thank them very much. Hvala lepa obema za udeležbo na tej konferenci in podporo temu projektu. Hvala lepa še enkrat za udeležbo in hvala tudi vodji projekta, doktorici Suzani Košir in gospej magistrici Heleni Valas, ki je vodja te konference. Srečno. And now we still have, I think, about 15 to 20 minutes, so please, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Thomas, if you didn't lose your stream of consciousness, please continue with your answer.
So you have in the elections, like what I was saying, we've had a very small percentage who have managed to get into the parliament. But what is interesting to note is that almost half of them are first-timers. So out of 74 women who've got elected to the parliament, 43 of them have joined in for the first time. So it shows that aspirations are changing. And if you look at the demographic profile, you find that it's younger women, and the men are older. So younger women want to have a say in the direction of growth that India is taking. In fact, some of them are as young as 25. So they're just out of university and they are into politics. So a large percentage of them are below 30. So I think positive changes are definitely coming about. I don't think we have to wait for a century like how it is in the Middle East, but maybe in a few decades, I think we will see the change happening in India. Yeah, it's coming there.
Okay. Do we have another question maybe from the audience? I can see one hand. Microphone is coming to you.
Hello, my name is Katja. I work at the Ministry of Labor here in Slovenia. And I have a question for Valeria Barada. Hello. Dr. Valeria Barada, sorry. So I believe that we're experiencing a lot of similar things in Slovenia here as in Croatia. And my question would be if you could maybe elaborate a little bit on the role of the Catholic Church as an opinion maker when it comes to the role and representation of women in the Croatian society. I'm sure that we have all seen, coming from this region, of course, the masses that have been organizing for the masculinity and preservation of traditional family. And as much as that is only one incident, I'm wondering what is on the whole the role of church in retraditionalizing society, as well as maybe pushing women out of the public eye. Thank you.
Great question, but a tough one, I would say. I think that we would need to rephrase your question a bit. It is about the role of church, but maybe more so we would have to actually discuss about the role of some parts of the church in this I find it very hard to pronounce. I'm sorry, retraditional. Okay, you understand? I don't know. Some words in English are very hard for me. Sorry. Parts of church or some movements or political pressure groups that are actually very actively working on changing of social and political and economical position of women in Croatia. We see, we can talk about, radical Christians movements or whatever, some pressures or pressures, sorry, it's coming from US via Germany to Croatia, and there have been some great analysis done on those topics. Rebecca Anić, for example, is one PhD is about to be defending PhD topic on anti-gender or anti-women movements in Croatia. And the thing is that those movements and those events are very well organized and very well funded. So it's not something that is happening by chance, or that is, I would argue that it's not something that is happening by chance, or that it's just a result or some social, movements or something. It's a very elaborate action with, I would argue that it's a very elaborate action, long-term action with a very clear agenda. And the agenda is really to derogate position of women in Croatian society. And I think it's not a phenomenon to be neglected. As I say, within the academia or scientific interest, there are some works done on this. As I said, Rebecca Anić or Maja Gergorić now. But within NGOs and civil society or women's civil society in Croatia, there is a big concern about it, and some actions done to counterpart in some way these public masses or whatever. There is also one stream of women's NGOs in Croatia that is saying not to pay attention to it, not to give it like media attention, but actually to work, I will say, on our, because I'm also part of some NGOs in women's NGOs in Croatia, but to work on our issues, you know, and just to, because it's not the first time that women are facing terrible situations, so not to engage in direct dialogue or fight with these things in Croatia, but actually to empower or work really consistently on the issues of violence, of reproductive health, and, you know, those main topics that are actually targeted by these radical Christian movements that are also happening in Croatia, that are really, really present in Croatia.
You have some excellent questions, so let's continue with that. Mm-hmm.
Hello, I am Vandana, part of the students group from India. So my question is to Radhika ma'am. Ma'am, you have mentioned about the changes happening in the political sphere of GCC countries, especially the participation of women. You have mentioned that mostly royal women are mainly in the politics. So any other women from normal background coming up? And that's my first question. And the second one is any particular scheme for like women development and for participation of women? Yeah. And what's your take on the modern reformations coming regarding this? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Vandana. So as I see, there are many questions over there. So yes, to answer your first question, non-elite women are, you know, slowly coming into the forefront of political power, leadership. But these would be women not from royal families, but from still elite families. It would be the rich families. It would be very politically connected families. So again, the question is not people who would rock the boat completely, who would comply, but would still, you know, bring in conversations. So in fact, very interestingly, recently in Kuwait, in fact, there's always a tug of war happening in Kuwait between the executive and the parliament. This is the first country which has a parliament in the GCC, actually. But interestingly, you know, there's always a tug of war, and whenever any democratic questions are, you know, valid questions are raised, the parliament is usually disbanded and then says, no, we don't need a parliament. Now, what happens for the first time, you see, the parliament is completely been stopped, in the sense there's no more parliament. It was, and then the executive is, we have a new Amir who has taken over, and he wants to bring in reforms. The main reason why the parliament was completely disbanded was because you see a lot of conservative elements in the parliament who are in some way trying to even stop these kind of reforms. So with a very good intention, he did that. And for the first time, we had two women who were brought into important positions. And very recently, I think this change happened about 2 weeks ago, we have Ms. Noura Fassam, who has become, for the first time, a minister for oil. And I find this as a turning point in the entire GCC, because oil is the predominant industry. So when you have a woman at that level, I don't know how long she's going to be. It's probably an active, you know, acting position till a good replacement is found. I mean, all this is being discussed. But the very fact that even if it is authoritarian nomination, a woman had to be nominated to such an important position, the most important position in these countries, the most important department in these countries. I think that is going to be a turning point. So yes, we do see elite, we do see you know, women coming up, but is it not gender washing? I don't agree, because I would say that is also an element of gender washing, where you're trying to portray, say, no, we're not restricting it only to elite women, but also this. And the other part is that, changes are happening. Yes, there are in fact, I'm going to talk about this in my presentation. In Kuwait itself, we now have empowering Kuwaiti women for politics. We have a small group of women. 15 of them were sent to Washington to actually study how, politics works, how women in politics work there. And the idea was to come back, start discussions, and maybe start training young women. But they've just come back, and we're going to see what progress is going to be made by these people who have seen how women politicians behave and the kinds of reform they can bring in Western countries. And the third question that you asked was about changes that are happening. Like, for example, I presume that you meant Saudi Arabia, because that is one place where you vocally see change being mentioned. But again, it's being mentioned by a royal leader. And Saudi Arabia, again, is trying to diversify the maximum. They're trying to bring in new businesses, new hubs, for tourism, etc. You might have heard of the EWA project, where they are going to make 7-star hotels and fantastic luxurious experiences for people. So, I mean, you would ask who would go to a desert and what kind of a tourism is that? But they're going to project it in such a way, they're spending billions of dollars to bring people from all over the world there. And definitely they don't want to be seen as a hermit kingdom, a kingdom where, you will see women are being beheaded, or are always forced to wear a hijab, etc. So the first thing that, Prince Salman, who is the ruler now, he did was he disbanded what we call a morality police, the Al-Mutawa. The Al-Mutawa were police who used to go around checking if women are accompanied by men, family members, if women are wearing a hijab, if they're wearing the hijab properly. And then they would be fined, they would be put in jail, their male members would be punished. So it's like, you're responsible for your wife, you're responsible for your daughter. Those kind of changes have happened. So now the Mutawa has been completely abolished. And for that kind of a place, the kind of a background, the kind of Islamic orientation they have, the Sharia-based laws that they have, this is again a fantastic change. For the first time, women in Saudi Arabia are driving. Not so much, not in the other states. For example, in Kuwait, women were always driving. In UAE, women were driving. But Saudi Arabia, this is a radical change. I mean, for women, I'm like, mobility is important, right? I mean, what can you do just sitting at home and you have dependent on somebody to take you everywhere? So the right to drive is, again, one step in the right direction. So yes, they are moving in the right direction. They're talking about it. Women are demanding it. But again, it has to come from not just being talked about in closed quarters. It has to come in the open. It has to be spoken out loud and clear. And women have to prove that they are capable. Because as we mentioned in all the conversations, the stereotype is that men, politics. Women, no, they don't have any understanding. So that has to change, and it has to change radically in the part of the world where I come from. So yes, let's hope next meetings, when we have a few decades later, may hope we talk about much more positive change happening everywhere. I think everybody will agree with it.
We still have time for one last question. So now is your opportunity.
Hello, everyone. My name is Susanna Koshir. I'm coming from Faculty of Arts, University of Maribor. I have one question for Dr. Miloš Jovanović. I hope he can hear me. So you mentioned, all the challenges that women are facing in Serbia. So what are your, let's say, suggestions? Are there any sort of movements or NGOs or anything, going on for women to be more empowered to participate in politics in Serbia?
There are formal initiatives, there are parliamentary groups, there are NGOs, there are female associations, and they are doing some kind of a job. But the overall political system kind of stifles all that. So if I may rephrase your question, what needs to be, what would be a good idea to change the position of women and also with the sexual minorities in Serbia, is to change the political system and start moving more into a society which is liberally democratic or whatever you want to call it. Now, I don't think we have time for me to give you some specifics, But during my presentation, I will be mentioning some of the initiatives and some of the things that are moving. But unfortunately, that in the end they come up not as quite as expected, and there is a very vicious social dynamic behind it, which I find very problematic and in need of change. I hope I answered your question. I'm not sure.
All right, so I would like to thank our plenary speakers for these interesting thoughts and perspectives that they have presented, also those who are here with us and also to our online presenters. And also thank you for your attention and excellent questions. And I now give the floor to Natasha.
Thank you, Lucia, and dear guests off and online, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. In hvala lepa tudi za vaše vprašanja. Odmor je na vrsti. Čez 15 minut pa nadaljujemo. Hvala lepa. Tako upam, da je bila kratka pauza priložnost, da naberemo moči pred naslednjim delom našega današnjega druženja. Tako da bom prosila, če se lahko usedete, da lahko nadaljujemo. Torej, prehajamo k našemu prvemu panelu, kjer bomo raziskovali izzive in priložnosti žensk v sodobni politiki. In k mikrofonu bom povabila doktorico Dolly Thomas in doktorico Cynthia Judd, prihajata iz Stella Maris College Indija. Lotili pa se bosta teme železne ženske, evalvacija boja proti hegemoniji za politično opolnomočenje v Indiji. Govorili boste o tem, kako se ženske v Indiji spopadajo z različnimi oblikami hegemonije na poti do političnega opolnomočenja. Njuno delo raziskuje, kako se vztrajno borijo za enakopravnost in kako so te bitke oblikovale njihovo vlogo v politiki. Spoštovani Dolly Thomas in doktorica Cynthia Judd. If you could join us here at the podium and present the paper. Please, both of you, as I was informed, you're going to present. Yeah, thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. So for those of you who have visited India or at least read a lot about it, you begin to understand that India is a country that defies description. No, so it's been very aptly said that whatever you say about India is true, and the opposite is also true. So there are absolutely no answers. Okay, so this is a joint paper that I have worked on along with my colleague, Dr. Cynthia Judd. So when we had the invitation from Dr. Susanna, we were wondering what to work on. And by the way, we are really grateful to the University of Maribor, because encouraged by what they have done on the project that they initiated years ago on empowering women in Slovenia, we have started something similar on our campus. It has generated a lot of interest among the students, and we're very excited about how it's unfolding. So that's something really good. So we were trying to decide what is it that we are going to work on. And we decided, well, there are not too many women at the helm as far as politics in India is concerned, but the women who have made it have really created a legacy. They've really, punched their, way up and have made a name for themselves. Like what Dr. Radhika was saying, you have a lot of women who entered politics in the initial years, like, for instance, India's first Prime Minister. She came from a politically powerful family. And that is how it has been all through South Asia. So you have South Asia has had women at the helm much earlier than the West. Because if you look at Shrimao Bandaranaike from Bangladesh, she was there as a prime minister as early as 1960. India got her first female prime minister in 1966. So that was way ahead. And you have, if you compare it to the West, Margaret Thatcher coming in at, in 1979, it's like almost 2 decades later. So superficially, it looks as if, South Asian society is much more accepting of women in top leadership, but that's definitely not the case. Because the early women who came in from families that were very powerful. So their political legitimacy came in from their family name. But of course, they went on to become very, very dynamic and competent leaders. So that's credit to them. But the starting was very different. And you have in the initial discussion, it was expressed by the president of Slovenia that there is so much of, the way women are objectified by media. Well, it's much worse in India. And it's much worse in India. In India, it's absolutely demeaning. In fact, if you compare women in the West and women in India, you have women who are in politics, it's an uphill struggle for them. Like, just to give you a very simple example, like if you look, you Google any Indian woman politician, the prompts that come up are virtually gossip. It's like, for instance, Jayalalitha, we'll be speaking about Jayalalitha. She was the chief minister of Tamil Nadu and a woman who has been there in politics for a very long time. So one would expect that when you Google her name, you have her role in politics and what she has contributed would come up, but not at all. If you Google Jayalalitha, what is it that comes up? Well, they say Jayalalitha's husband's name. Then there are questions on what was her relationship, whether she had an illegitimate daughter. So after being in politics for like almost 2 decades, these are the kind of questions that come up, which I thought was really bad. And I compared it to also you have the male political leaders. It's not that way at all. But you have women in the West. I think media is nicer to them. I took the liberty of Googling the president of Slovenia. And what were the Google prompts that came up? Well, it said president of Slovenia. Then there was a prompt that took you to her Facebook page, her Instagram page. In fact, that's the right way to go, right? That's how it should be. And this is also there with women from other parts of Europe and the West. So the questions that come up are more on their education, their political affiliations, but that's not the case in India. So moving on to our paper. So we've found that you have the struggle for patriarchal hegemony in India has been on for centuries. It's something that women have struggled with. So women have been kind of fenced in. So just like you look at the Middle East. Okay, right, sure, right. Okay, so the struggle for patriarchal hegemony is something that has been on for centuries. And you have, just like in many other parts of the world, women were expected to conform within a certain patriarchal role. And there was nothing that women could do about it. Now, the women's question came to the fore, I would say, during the colonial period. Though some sociologists claim that it happened much earlier, and there's evidence, but that was in a very small way. So during the colonial period, you have the educated men. They began to realize that some of the traditional customs which were there in India, especially with the treatment of widows, the child marriages, the fact that women were denied education, all these were seen as blots on our society, and efforts were kind of made to kind of change that, of course, but change came in very, very, very slowly. The big change happened during India's freedom struggle. That's when the women's question kind of came into the larger space. And it was no longer just a question of social reform, but it was a question of political equality. So women's, the identity of women as a political entity came in at that point of time. And we see a lot of change. So women were a very significant part of the Indian national movement. And that was the real period of political emancipation. Okay, so a lot of change came in. And in fact, if you look at it, India is one of the few countries where women were part of drafting the constitution. You don't find this in many countries, but in India, 15 women. And who were these women? Very, very dynamic, articulate women who had been there fighting for women's rights. They had been there challenging the patriarchal norms. So they brought in changes and they were part of framing the constitution. And when India's parliament met for the first time in 1952, then again, there were women, though of course it was still a small percentage of women. These women were able to argue very articulately and they were able to bring in a lot of significant legislation. So women's presence in the political space in India started right from independence. So there's no denying that. We started commendably well. Compared to a lot of other countries, women were right there. But it's a little after that. So with women's, you have their rights being firmly entrenched in the constitution. There were a kind of complacency set in. So the leaders assumed now that women's rights are there in the constitution, it's just a matter of time that they kind of permeate into the social fabric. But unfortunately, that did not happen, which is, it's very sad. So women kind of for almost 2 decades after independence, they were not on the political scene at all. Largely, they were forgotten. And the whole question of women and women's issues and their rights came back to the fore only in the 1960s, when India was faced with a kind of crisis. So in the 1960s, when the census was being taken, that's when the leaders realized that as far as poverty and control of the population was concerned, women had a big role to play. But then you have the failure of the family planning. All of this was seen as attributed to the women's lack of education, their lack of employment, and the fact that they had no rights in decision making. So that's when people realized some change had to come in. And once again, you have some interest was generated in the women's question. And then again in 1970, the United Nations asked the government of India to submit a report on the status of women. And you have a committee that was appointed for that. And that was when it was discovered that you have independence had not really brought about much good change. In fact, women had been marginalized and they had been made subordinate in the decades leading to after independence. So the entire vision which had been brought in the constitution, none of it had been achieved. So that really shook everybody up. And from the 1970s, you find the women's movement in India really picking up momentum once again. So you have what had happened in the decades leading to independence that comes back into the fore only in the 1970s. So women in India lost almost something like 3 decades of political emancipation. It was ignored. Okay, we kind of just fell off the radar at that point of time. So from the 1970s, the women's question has been consistently around, and a lot of efforts have gone into improving the position of women. A lot of changes did come in. And if you look at women's participation in politics post-independence, you have initially, it was good. It was good. So you have women who came in, were really able to have an impact. But later you have things really kind of took a back seat. And somewhere along the line, as India was progressing, you have a lot of challenges came about. You have the men who were in power felt that women should not come into politics. So there was that kind of an attitude, though we had a prime minister, and Indira Gandhi was the only prime minister that India has had. And even during her time in government, you have women were as less as 7% in the parliament. It was a very, very low number, but you have nothing consistently was done towards that. And you have, even if you look at the state legislatures, women's presence in the state legislatures is also as low as 9%. In fact, there are some states that don't have any women at all. Manipur, I don't know if you ever heard of Manipur. Manipur is one state that has been rocked by ethnic violence for the past 1 year. Manipur is one example of a state that never had a woman in their legislature at all. Okay, so these are some big stumbling blocks which have been there. And though efforts have been underway, we find that women are, patriarchy is still quite strong. Though women have tried to challenge that. It's still very, very strong. But definitely a lot of positive changes are coming in. So the women who have managed to come into politics have shown that women really are very competent. They are there to bring about changes. I spoke about earlier in the plenary section of how women at the local level are really bringing about changes. And you would be surprised to know that some of these women come from very, very conservative backgrounds. Okay, so despite that, they have been able to usher in change, which has been very, very positive, very dynamic. And you have, for the past decade now, women have also become sarpanch. The sarpanch is basically the head of the local governance in village. It is unthinkable that a woman could ever occupy that post. But interestingly, across India, women have become that and are really bringing about big change. In fact, some of these women sarpanches are invited all over the world to give lectures on how they have transformed their villages. Several of them have brought in legislations that, especially when it comes to rights of women, education, local governance, building of infrastructure. They have done it exceedingly well. And as a result of that, they have been recognized for the kind of work that they do. But despite everything, it's been an uphill task. It's been an uphill task for women in the political space in India. Women have made a mark, and we are getting to see a change. Things are improving for the better. But it's still, if we say that women have equal rights in politics, I don't think we are there at all. It might take a decade or two, but with the reservation which has come in now, with the reservation 33%, which has come in now, and whenever that's implemented, maybe it will be implemented within the next 4 to 5 years. So that should bring about change, because I think a lot of younger women in India are desirous of being part of the government, as they rightly should be. Because if you look at the economic space, I think women have achieved it. Some of the top institutions in our country have really made a change. It's only politics where we are underrepresented. And what we also see in India is that increasingly women are financially independent. That was not there. That was not there earlier. They were totally dependent on men. But with self-help groups coming in, you have women have experienced financial independency, and I think that has been a game changer as far as women's representation. So more women have realized that they can make a change. In fact, one of the sarpanches that I spoke about, this lady from Gujarat. So she speaks of her experience of how the World Vision had come into her village and had, they had done in some sessions on how to bring about, to help self-help groups. And she said that was the spark that she needed. And that's when she thought she could join politics. But there was a lot of discouragement, and you have the women in her village told women can never be leaders. Women are meant to be the tails. You're meant to just listen and fall in line. But the exposure and the experience that she got as part of being part of the training program brought in by an international NGO is what triggered her interest in politics. And a lot of the other women, I have some photographs which are there. I'll just show that to you. Okay, so this is, I just have 4 photographs of the first parliament. So there were 22 women in the first parliament. Okay, so this is just some of them. Okay, so that has the women's strength in the Lok Sabha over the years. So as you can see, in 1952, when we had our first parliament, there were 22 women. So that was 4.41%. And so the growth since then has not been linear at all. If it had been linear, you have women who would have been present in the parliament in much higher numbers, but we are just 13.63. Okay, so that's a very low number. And I've also put in the party-wise. So you have, with the legislation that has come in last year, there's also a talk that in the upper house of the parliament, there'll again be reservation. And within political parties also, seats will be reserved for women. So these are just talks in place. But I'm sure once the parliamentary thing is through, I'm sure that change will also come about. I have just some pictures that I have of the women. So that's the Trinamool Congress. And this is led by a woman. So at present, India has 3 chief ministers. Of course, the chief minister of Delhi is more like an interim, so 2 chief ministers basically. And this is one chief minister. We'll be speaking about Mamata Banerjee, who has focused a lot on women. So her party has maximum number of women who are part of it. Okay, so that's them. Okay, so this is an image of the female sarpanchs. Okay, so they are really changing how things are happening in India right now. And if you look at these images, you can make out that they don't really come from very affluent families or not too educated. And these are some of the sarpanchs who are the face of modern India. So all of these women are really highly educated. So you see both sides of the picture. So women who have come in from more conservative backgrounds and those who have come in from more liberated backgrounds, but they're all essentially doing the same thing. Okay, so a lot of change has been coming about. And what I would like to say is, as far as political representation of women in India are concerned, a lot of positive things have happened. Of course, it's not been at the pace that has been satisfactory to the women and to women's aspirations. But a lot of positive things have come about. And I think the battle is well begun. So it's just a matter of time that we will achieve that, all what we have set out to achieve. Okay, now I invite Cynthia to begin with what we have focused on, and that's on the Iron Ladies, women in India who have really created a legacy that's inspiring to all the women. So you have a lot of women today. In fact, when we began this project on empowering our own college students for political participation, they also spoke about the inspirations that they have from our own country and women leaders from outside as well. And so you see, though, of course, it's a small number, they've really had a big impact. So inviting Cynthia to take over.
Good morning. We come from India. In India, women are acknowledged, they're appreciated, they're pampered, they're recognized, they're coronated, and they're also tortured, suppressed, ill-treated, abused. We are empowered, we still fight for our rights. That's India for you. So here we are today to speak on Iron Ladies who have struggled over the years to attain empowerment and whatnot to face the world that is totally against them. India is a country where since the ancient times, we have had scholars such as Maitri, Gargi, and Avayar, who at that point of time itself were knowledgeable and literary scholars who abandoned their families and came out to the world to express their ideas. Politics not only means the current scenario that we are in, it also refers to the royal administrative rule over the years. In India, we have had, during the Delhi Sultanate, Razia Sultana, one majestic woman empress. We have had Rani Velu Nachiyar, we have had Rani Lakshmi Bai, and several others like Noor Jahan, who literally steered the Mughal rule. So we can never say that India has never had empowered women, or we are in the evolutionary process of getting empowered. We have always been having empowered women, and we have also been having women who had faced the brutal aspects in life and even death. So today we are talking about these Iron Ladies who are actual Iron Ladies to the literary context. And as I told you, we are a country where we have both ups and downs for women. I think that's the same with all countries. So first, I would like to talk about Indira Gandhi. So Indira Gandhi has a very strong political background where her grandfather and father have been in politics, and she became the first woman prime minister in 1966, and she had like almost 3 terms as prime minister. She has to her credit the emergency where she managed to bring about discipline and suspended the civil freedoms. She also brought India to express India's nuclear capacities. She was responsible for Green Revolution. She brought about several schemes, reforms, and policies for the betterment of women. And she was actually an Iron Lady where she had to face an entire parliament of men totally against her. And there were people who had been hating the father. So being the daughter of the former prime minister, she was hated to the maximum. She struggled and she strived and she was very successful for 3 terms, and she proved herself. So when we talk about Iron Ladies, or when we start about the concept of Iron Ladies, the first person who comes to our mind is Srimati Indira Gandhi, and her leadership and her contributions to economic growth have definitely made a tremendous impact over India. And she became the prime minister at a point of time where there was only chaos. So she is definitely an Iron Lady. Moving on to the next person, that is Jayalalitha. So can you see this Jayalalitha? She was not a person from a political background. She was not wealthy. She was a very poor little girl whose parents thrived on making performances and acting in small dramas and movie theaters. She started her education at Stella Maris College. She enrolled for PUC, but she had to discontinue and go on to act in the movies to support her family. So, though she did not have a formal education, her scholarly ideas, her far-sighted thoughts have all taken her to great heights. She did not automatically become the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, just like how Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was easily able to take over the rule from, take over the administration from her father, the former Prime Minister. Jayalalitha literally struggled, and she was literally getting the position of the chief minister after a span of 20 years. She served as, chief minister of Tamil Nadu. She became the chief minister of Tamil Nadu, and she served for 3 consecutive terms. And in the 4th term, due to her untimely death, she had to vacate the office. So this Jayalalitha, she understanding the condition and the situation of the grassroots level of people, as she was one among them, she was able to bring about several schemes for the betterment of the lives of the underprivileged women. She was able to bring out laws for the rights and supporting the legalities concerned to property and safety and security of women. She also brought about several schemes whereby young girls and women were supported with financial help when they had to get married. So in India, we have a custom where the men tie a Mangal Sutra to the women. So she took up the initiative to support the young married women by providing 1 sovereign of gold to get the Mangal Sutra. So here in India, getting married is one of the ultimate achievements of a woman's life. So to promote that and to support that, she brought out those schemes. And apart from this, she also brought about schemes where young girl children and school-going children were provided with scholarships. They were provided with bicycles to commute to school, and they were also provided with laptops to carry on with their education on an advanced manner. So these were really innovative initiatives that were brought out by Jayalalitha during her tenure for the betterment of girl children especially. Not the boys in the boys' schools in Tamil Nadu got the laptops and the cycles. It was only the girls who were gifted with the cycles and the laptops. So Jayalalitha had also brought about schemes like Amma Canteen and Amma Pharmacies. She was called Amma. Amma means mother. She was actually a single lady who claimed to got married and then claimed to got divorced and all that. But ultimately, she is Miss Jayalalitha, who claims to be a single lady. But still, due to her age, experience, and reverence and respect that the people have on her, she's called Amma. Amma means mother. So she had brought out these Amma canteens and Amma pharmacies where medicines were provided to the underprivileged at a very subsidized rate. And the food also in these Amma canteens were given at a really cheap rate. And she had even gone down to these eating outlets, sat with the general public and had food along with them to show and convey to the people that it was healthy, it was safe, and it was also really very tasty. So she was a person who was a down-to-earth person, and as I told you, she struggled a lot. So she was the successor of M.G. Ramachandran, who was the founder of the All India Anna Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, which is the party which she belonged to. And to come to the position of the general secretary of the party, she had to fight with so many men. She had to fight with the entire party. And when she assumed power, she literally became revengeful. She made everyone fall flat on their feet to make them respect her and show their reverence. So the next person we are going to look into is Kiran Bedi. Kiran Bedi is the first female IPS officer in India. She later became the Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry. So she is another woman who brought about several reforms in the Tihar jail when she was the Commissioner of Police there. She brought about schemes like meditation, yoga, and vocational studies for the betterment of the prisoners. She also became the Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, where she brought out schemes for the welfare of women and for water management. So the next person we're going to see is Mayawati. Mayawati is a politician of Uttar Pradesh. She is called Behenji. Behenji here means sister. So she is an elderly sister, a supportive sister to everyone, especially women, supporting them and paving way for their empowerment. Her contributions to social justice and empowerment have been long-lasting. The next person we're going to see is Mamta Banerjee. She again is a well-known politician and an architect of the All India Trinamool Congress. She is called as Didi. Didi also refers to the word sister. She again, with her sisterly love and support, she helps all women, especially the ones from the underprivileged sections of the society, to come up in life, to support their families, and to pave way for the betterment of the society. She has brought something called as the Kadya Sati scheme and another scheme called the Kanya Shri scheme for helping out the family women to get subsidized food grains and for the young girls to get free education. So the next person we're going to see is Nirmala Sitharaman. She was the first minister of woman minister of defense, and she right now is the financial minister. She has brought out several changes striving and fighting and debating every other day in a parliament full of men, trying to be successful amidst such men and their arguments. And she has contributed definitely and elaborately towards the economy of India, especially during the COVID pandemic. The next person is Mahua Moitra. So Mahua Moitra is again a member of the parliament. She has not yet come to the position of becoming the chief minister or any other higher portfolio. She's still a member of the parliament. She is an excellent debater and an eloquent speaker. She has been called as the lion of the parliament, not even the lioness. She's called the lion of the parliament, and she always voices out the issues of women and the rights of women. So I think I would wind up with this because we are running short of time. I can understand. So I just want to conclude saying that in India, we have iron ladies, we have young women empowering themselves and evolving into excellent politicians, involving themselves in politics and in the upcoming of the nation and also in the development of nation. So the only thing that we need to look forward is that we need to accept the pro-women changes in the Indian society, and hopefully, definitely, India will evolve into be an empowered nation. Thank you.
Dr. Cynthia Jute and Dr. Dolly Thomas, thank you very much for describing to us the situation with female politicians in India. Since we are a bit short of time, we're going to reserve the pause to ask if anyone has additional questions for you. So thank you very much. In gremo dalje s programom. Doktorica Valerija Barada prihaja z Hrvaške univerze v Zadru. Predstavila bo koncept kognitivno-čustvenega upravljanja gospodinjstva. Gre za specifično delo, ki je ključno za delovanje gospodinjstev, še posebej tistih z otroki. V svoji raziskavi pa je namreč analizirala tako kognitivne kot čustvene vidike upravljanja gospodinjstva in pokazala, da je to večinoma na plečih žensk, ne glede na njihovo starost, izobrazbo ali zaposlitev. In zanimivo je, da se v večini družinah delež moških pri teh nalogah sicer poveča, a še vedno ostaja neenak. Torej, osvetlila bo, kako te ugotovitve izzivajo obstoječe družinske politike ter poudarila potrebo po njihovem preoblikovanju. Prosim.
Thank you. I was obviously eager to start speaking, so I just jumped here. Thank you again for the invitation and the possibility to talk in this panel at this conference. My topic is rather different than the one we just heard from our colleagues from India. So it's, you know, geographically different, and also the topic itself is rather different because I will not talk about participation of women in public or political life, but I will actually talk about household or of everyday life in household, or if I can use the idea from our colleagues from India, iron ladies, but not Margaret Thatcher style iron ladies in everyday life in Croatia. We can argue that the position of women is very similar or comparable around the globe. There are differences, but I believe that we can agree that the position of women is actually on a certain continuum. We are actually talking about the different levels of inequalities or different levels of empowerment of women. And for sure, the household or the everyday life is actually a battlefield, if I can put myself like this, a battlefield where this inequality or empowerment happens or is actually challenged. I have, how is it challenged? I will try to show you how we think that it is actually challenged, at least in Croatia. We have done, my colleagues and I from the University of Zadar, Department of Sociology, in collaboration with one women's NGO from Croatia called BABE. For those of you who are from the regional languages, you know it means an old woman. And it's usually the term itself is usually used in a derogative way, but their title, they are trying to use it and change it actually. And it's also an abbreviation from being active, being emancipated. So with them, so it's also actually a nice example of collaboration from academic world and NGOs, and the project was funded by European Social Fund. Just, you know, we always have to say these things, you know. So we actually conducted a large, at least for us, large-scale survey on 3,600 parents of minor children in Croatia. And what we were looking on is actually the division of household labor and the position in the labor market. The survey was big and we covered many topics, but you can all at least, you know, guess our results, because they are quite consistent all over the world or in Europe, and also consistent, very consistent in Croatia, that the household work is done by women. The more the task is routine, the more women are doing those everyday tasks, cooking, buying food, doing the laundry, whatever, that's a female task. Where we can see the change in the distribution between women and men, it's only regarding tasks that are concerning children, child rearing or learning with children, but still those tasks are still actually predominantly female tasks. What was interesting for us to see is that we can also see a certain generational transference of those tasks among, at least at our sample, but among women. So all these tasks are done dominantly by women within the family, and we actually surveyed two-parent families with minor children. We have some single families and some LGBTIQ families in the sample, but they are not very represented. Yeah, so our survey is on a dominant type of family structure in Croatia. So what we got as a result is that all this work is done by a mother, you know, or done by a female in a family. Our sample shows that in Croatia, Croatian families are not able to financially outsource these tasks, like cooking, looking after children and this. In some areas of Croatia, like in capital of Zagreb, and in some parts of Zagreb, that's it refers to a class structure or socioeconomic status, there are layers of society that can, or families that can allow this for themselves. But when we look on the national level of Croatia, only few percentage of families are able to financially outsource these everyday tasks. So these tasks are dominantly done within the family, and if not by the mother, then by the grandmother, and then by the daughter, or usually eldest daughter. Then when you look at those tasks, grandfathers appear on the list, and then sons. Of course, husband, sorry, then the grandfathers, and then the sons. So we can see, or we argue that we also can see this generational transference of these typical everyday tasks, and we all know from our experience that, the life consists of everyday tasks. We have to reproduce everyday life day in, day out. So what we saw in our data that, this household work is done by women, and it's done generationally by women. We can see some changes, and you will see in my data from older women, younger women, higher educated women, and so on and so forth. But if we generalize, I said in the opening panel that I don't like generalizations, but I'm cutting short here on some statements. But if we generalize, it's still actually a female task. And because of that, of course, what happens, so-called work-life conflict or work or vice versa. So there is always this tension within the family and in communication within towards labor market of how to organize and how to live out this everyday life. So for us, apart from asking about this, I will call the manual tasks, they are not only that, but just for now, let's call them manual, so cooking and this and that. Apart from that, we were thinking about all those tasks that are done, that are considering planning. So not only just cooking, but you have to plan and you have to manage all the activities that are happening within the family. And usually these tasks are called, as you know, probably like mental load, cognitive load, emotional load, or emotional or mental work. My colleagues and I, we have decided to call it, the abbreviation is KEUK from Croatian, but this is that cognitive emotional management of the household or household management. So not only that you have to perform manually or digitally some tasks, you have to plan them and think about them. So we were really concerned. We tried to look on this area of everyday life and management of everyday life, and to see how it's actually how this is happening. We tried to think about it in a conceptual way. Not only to state or name the activities, and then women and men that were surveyed would answer, yes, it's mostly me who is doing the work, or it's mostly my partner. But we were actually thinking, where is this work and how it is being done? And in a way, we think that maybe, or we are flattering ourselves maybe, or kind of challenging ourselves, that maybe this notion then can be used, or the conceptualization of this measurement, as we say in sociology, can be used in different areas, or maybe different cultures, different states, because it's not listing of the activities, but it's actually listing or recognizing the areas where this mental, cognitive, emotional work is actually being done. Of course, it's being done within a person, but it has to be carried out. So we think that in this cognitive and emotional household management, you have to manage resources and time, and you have to manage emotions and relationships. Those are two, as we see them, two main areas. And when we look at the management of resources and time, I'm looking at the time, I'm now 8 minutes or more 10, okay? When we look at the resources and time, there are levels of management, both of resources and time, and emotions of relationships. So the levels of reach are within the household itself, towards the community, so the broader family or extended family, and towards institutions, school, health organizations, and so on and so on. And the intensity can be that it happens every day or that it happens occasionally. So we think if we conceptualize this, like resources, time, emotions, relationships within the household, community, institutions, every day and occasionally, that this notion can be applied to different social and social and cultural situations. We have devised or have operationalized those ideas in certain statements. But these statements can be changed, depending on the local situations. On the left-hand side, you have the statements in Croatian. On the right-hand side, you have them in English. So it's preparing grocery list. So it's not shopping itself. A husband can go shopping, or a grandmother or a grandfather, but somebody has to prepare the list, or even what we have noticed, or maybe even from your personal experience, that you organize the shop, that women also have a practice, they organize shopping list in the way the shopping mall is laid out. So, what is the first thing that the husband will encounter when he enters a certain shopping mall? We did also focus groups and interviews, so we have a lot of corroborating data. So planning daily needs, taking care of the utility bills, to maintaining family ties, encouraging other family members to do household chores, planning family time together, and so on and so forth. And so, of course, we have many data, and this is just an overview. And of course, the scale, sorry. This is just an overview where you can see where the male says, I'm mostly doing this, where you see the female are saying on the right hand side, I am mostly doing it, or in the middle, we are sharing this task and we are sharing this issue. The only thing where we can see more men are represented is in first to coming a family conflict. This might do with the patriarchal authority or not. That's something to be debated upon. Of course, from previous surveys and researches, we know that women tend to, there is on both sides a certain statement of your own task, but okay, this gives us an overview of what is happening within Croatian families in their household. What is especially interesting, so we looked on this data regarding socioeconomic status, educational status, and so on and so forth. And some of this you can see here, what is happening, for example, with planning of the daily meals by age. So you can see that younger generations are planning meals less, but then again, in Croatia, the average age of getting a first child is around 30. So these are women without children, and so on and so on. Okay, but what is interesting, I will skip this because of, because of time. Okay. This is interesting, the number of children. What we find interesting is that as the number of children rises to 3, the management is also more depending on women, because this scale is going from male to female, and you can see, you can see that the scale is from 3.7 to 3.9. So the higher the number is, that it's more women who are doing this. So in the families that have up to 3 children, it's mostly women. I will cut short the explanation. again, generalization, sorry for that. In families that have up to 3 children, it's mostly women who are preparing a grocery shopping list. Then also mostly women who are preparing daily meals or taking care of the children activities and schedule, and so not to, but after the 3rd child, the situation changes a bit. Not a lot, but a bit. These tasks are being pushed a bit towards more, this is a stretch, but I will say it, towards egalitarian distribution. Something is happening in the families after the 3rd child. So this is especially interesting for us in Croatia. I will stop now here with the data and go to conclusions. Croatia, as most or all the countries in Europe, is facing great demographic change. So we are losing population. Women are not having children or not having as much children as the government would want them to have. There is a lot of talk about public policies, how to encourage women to have children. But you can see, and somehow this can play well into the very conservative argument. You have more children. If you have more children, your life will be more equal, which is a bit sarcastic conclusion. But somehow this also corroborated with other data, actually prompt us, my colleagues and myself, to think that in this area, you know, something, a lot of other management has to come into the family. And what we see from other data, this management is coming from the female side of the family, not from the male side, and especially not from public services or anything happening from the government being on the local level or the national level, from the politics towards the family. So actually families are on their own in Croatia. Or actually women are on their own in family rearing in a way. And here we see, if we talk about women being publicly active or politically active, we see that here is the challenge. You know, if we, especially for young women, women in Croatia are entering a marriage around 30, average age of the 1st child also like that. So the age is being pushed, you know, to the older and older. But I don't think that this change is followed by the emancipation or the change of the women, but actually is, I would argue, is a result of a quite unfavorable position, social and economic position of families and of women in Croatia. So somebody said before that, you know, we need 50 years, 100 years, this and that. I would say that the conclusion here is for Croatia, and I believe for other countries, is that the position or advancement of women or position of women is not linear, and it's not a progress. We always face challenges, even in a very unsuspecting areas, like having more children. So I hope that at least got to picture in a way the situation for women in families in Croatia. Thank you.
Doktorica Valerija Barada, thank you very much. Quite interesting data you shared with us. Gremo dalje. Naslednji je na vrsti dr. Miloš Jovanović, Univerza v Nišu, Srbija. On pa se bo poglobil v boj za spolno enakopravnost v Srbiji, ki se trenutno nahaja v primežu tako imenovanega protirazsvetljenstva. V Srbiji se namreč odvija spopad med pravo Srbijo oziroma prvo Srbijo, ki Prisega na tradicijo in nacionalizem ter drugo Srbijo, ki se bori za moderno, liberalno prihodnost. Poleg tega bomo slišali, kako se zadeve zapletajo, ko se evropske norme uporabljajo kot okras brez dejanskega sprejemanja zakonodaje za zaščito človekovih pravic. Dr. Jovanović bo torej seciral, kaj pomeni biti ujeta družba in kaj to prinaša za vprašanje spola v današnji Srbiji. Prosim, dr. Jovanović, izvolite.
Hvala vam, thank you. Can you see the slide, the first slide of the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. Just give me a second. Okay, can you see the next slide?
Yes, also.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, you see, I teach sociology of knowledge, and I'm very interested in symbolic, or if you want, ideological struggles. And the whole conflict around gender is very interesting for me, because I think it poses a very good example of how to study symbolic struggles. It's a very interesting case of that. And this resistance to so-called gender ideology is certainly became a European, if not a worldly phenomenon. There is I'm free to say, an abundance of literature on that. Your colleague from Slovenia, Roman Kuhar, and David Peternot had a collection of texts called Anti-Gender Campaigns in Europe, which I full-heartedly recommend. And also there is some other literature that is available, and you can find out more about this in this European context. As for Serbia, interestingly enough, Serbia has also become an issue for research. These two books that whose cover you can see here on the slide, just a few that I've managed to get in a short time, because Serbia is, at least I think, a very interesting case because of its geographical position, its recent history, and also culture. So I'll be generally talking about that. Now, these anti-gender mobilizations are part of the culture wars, as they are called in America. And these culture wars seem to be transplanted and imposed to the rest of the world as a part of a cultural hegemony which USA holds at the moment. And gender here acts as a kind of a symbolic glue, since on the conservative sides, there is a plethora of agendas, not necessarily very compatible with each other, but gender somehow unites conservative forces, again acting as a symbolic glue, and adds to these intense polarizations in these symbolic struggles or culture wars. In Serbia, this is a scheme that I borrowed from my colleagues here in Niš, who are doing some research on symbolic struggles and class conflict. There are two axes of symbolic struggles in Serbia. The horizontal one is between the local and global culture, and the vertical one, as you can see, is between traditional and contemporary culture. And two opposing sides are so-called First Serbia and Second Serbia. There is a whole history of these phrases, but I'm not going to go into that now, I'm sorry. The First Serbia being authoritarian, traditional, collectivistic, anti-democratic, conservative, and Second Serbia being cosmopolitan, liberal, modern, etc. Of course, anti-gender movements and mobilizations coming from the side of the First Serbia, and all the initiatives, all the programs, policies, protests, etc., are coming from the side of the Second Serbia. Now, as for contemporary Serbia, to give you just a bit of a social context here, the country is going through an ongoing, for far too long, transition and Europeanization. which at the moment seems like a never-ending process. There is abundant evidence of retraditionalization, and the political system is very well described if you use Weberian phrase of neo-patrimonialism. Now, a concept which I really like called captured society, I think even does an even better description, but more of it a bit later. When we look at the world system, Serbia is at the semi-periphery, not being the center, but not being the so-called third world country. But when you look at the European context, Serbia is definitely on the periphery or just outside of Europe. And one thing that also characterizes Serbia is raging nationalism. And this has been actively fueled for more than 30 years now, and it's kind of become a dominant ideology in its clerical version of it. Now, these are some short data which speak in favor of this. I borrowed this from the Freedom House reports for Serbia, Nations in Transit and Freedom in the World. And you can see the data from 2015 to 2024 was available. You can see a steady decline in indicators for freedom and for democracy since 2015 to 2024. And as Susanna asked me a while ago, what about the civil society, and what about some actions coming from the female women organizations? Female society has been reduced to a token, and it's totally marginalized and sidelined from meaningful participation in political and social life in Serbia. Now, as for captured society, the concept stands for capturing the actors of civil society and economic actors in a net of corrupt exchanges with the aim of reproducing the rule of political oligarchies and fabricating their legitimacy. Unlike captured state, which is a concept used in political sciences, which is predominantly an economic mechanism, a mechanism for acquiring economic gain, captured society is a mechanism of domination, of preservation of political power. Okay, in Bourdieu's terms, it's a mechanism of reproducing political capital. And the position of the church in society is paradigmatic of this, because in the last 15 or so years, the state donated more than 50 million euros to church in order to keep it quiet when some unpopular politics are being done, to gain its active acceptance or praise, and or even to criticize the opposition. So this is this kind of I don't know devilish kind of contract between them, and this is part of this captured state. The state gives money to church does legitimacy for the state. A bit simplified, but that's what happens. Now imagine all the other actors of civil society being caught in this kind of relationship. Now, when it comes to Europeanization, it is usually defined as a process in which state adopts EU rules, and when its policies are become increasingly subject to European policy making, and that is basically going on in all of the EU and all of the countries that are ascending towards EU citizenship. But what is going on in Serbia is something that is being labeled as tactical Europeanization. And it is a process in which politicians display alleged commitment to the EU principles without true devotion to their implementation. Fulfilling the formal obligations, copying acquis communautaire or other procedures, but no real effort has been undertaken to induce democratic changes. As states depend on international legitimation and support, they need to present a democratic image of themselves. And this is very often achieved through introduction of gender-sensitive policies, increase of the public and increase of public visibility of women. But Serbian regime tends to manipulate the meaning of these incentives to advance a conservative agenda and bolster actually anti-gender mobilizations. In this way, it addresses, the regime addresses a variety of audiences, both international and domestic, and gains their recognition. Now, this is a short diagram of main gender reforms starting from 2002. It ends here with 2021. You can see the things that have been ticked as achieved. And just by looking at these graphs, you can say that Serbia is making progress and is moving towards gender equity or more representation of women, of empowering women, etc., etc., etc. But actually, the process of gender washing is taking place, and there is this, I would say, illusion of democracy, since initiatives for these reforms are rarely coming from the grassroots level. And cooperation of the state, of the government, with NGOs or other kinds of groups which incite gender reforms is forced in order to show to EU that the government is actually doing something. And these policies, once enacted, are rarely implemented. For instance, in 2009, anti-discrimination law was passed after much turmoil, but its implementation was minimal to none, although there were quite a number of occasions in which it could have been enacted. Also, when it comes to LGBT prides, a phrase "ghost pride" has been coined since the state started owning this whole event, and it became a ritualistic walk through the center of the capital city, totally void of domestic LGBT politics, and with a very large police support being there for an hour and so, and when the walk ends, everybody goes home and it's like nothing happened, like ghost pride. Now, from the other side, the EU has chosen to turn the blind eye to these democratic shortcomings in exchange for stability in the region. And these gender reforms are used by the regime to boost its legitimacy. For instance, in 2017, an openly lesbian prime minister has been appointed, but very shortly after her appointment, it was clear that her main effective role was to obey the president. She was even called in Serbian ficus, a plant, like sitting in the office and doing basically nothing. Interestingly enough, she received support from the church. Here you can see then Bishop and now a new patriarch, Porfirie, who encouraged her and ensured her that church is going to give full support for her prime ministership, which is very interesting since church is the champion of the conservative politics, and there was quite a few voices that were very negative when openly lesbian was appointed PM. When I said that the regime is using these gender reforms to advance conservative politics, there has been research on speeches and addresses of the MPs in the parliament. And when the ruling party MPs speak about women and women empowerment in parliament, they're usually talking about pregnant women and mothers, as women as guardians of birth, traditional values, and patriarchy. And women's rights are portrayed primarily in the context of negative demographic trends. The former patriarch summed it up nicely a few years ago when he said that Serbian women have a duty to procreate and give birth. Now imagine an archbishop in Slovenia stating openly and appearing on the cover of a leading newspaper daily, saying Slovenke so dolžne roditi. Now, I'm sure that he would, face some kind of opposition, but this came rather, this patriarch statement came rather it was not very, it did not stir much attention in Serbia. Now, as for counter-enlightenment, it seems to be a world phenomenon, unfortunately, and it seems to be a process that challenges the basic tenets of enlightenment as we know it. Belief in progress, belief in rationality of all humans, liberal democracy, and increasing secularization of society. And also it has been a theme that has been already spotted and covered in sociological and other kind of literature. As you can see, I also picked up some books to illustrate this here. And some of the characteristics of this whole process is there is a selective doubt now. People have lost faith in science, in authority, in state institutions, and people seem to believe something according to their own whim, to their own liking, not using rational thought to cast trust and to doubt some other things. There has been a loss of faith in science, and there has been a strong urge in reducing the complexity of the world, of looking it in a rather black and white kind of a picture, in cognitive, but also in moral sense. There are good guys, there are bad guys, and that's it. There's much more superstition, traditionalism, basically much more irrationality, a regression to a magical way of thinking, and with some processes, you can see that democracy has been demanded in areas where it is impossible. For instance, in science, because there is actually no democracy where it is needed in politics. And one thing that is especially interesting to me, counter-enlightenment has proved very profitable for the anti-enlightenment experts, people who pose, who teach you what is the real truth behind the official media lies, etc., etc., etc. Of course, counter-enlightenment is playing on populism, prejudice, and authoritarianism. There is abundance of conspiracy theories, and it feeds on grassroots authoritarian culture. I don't know if my colleague Miran Lavric is here. He can tell you much more about grassroots authoritarianism. And usually any kind of opposition to counter-enlightenment has been labeled as posing a threat to our way of life. This is my 2 cents. We can maybe talk about this later. I think it's a kind of an infantile regression, because people are or feel unable to face the problems which seem beyond their powers. And it's very fitting with the interest of the dominant classes, since it corresponds very well with their calculating strategies for generating wealth and power. There is this, in Weberian terms, elective affinity between counter-enlightenment and contemporary, some call it late capitalism, as there was elective affinity between enlightenment and emerging capitalism. Enlightenment suited emerging or early or beginning of a modern capitalism, since it showed how irrational the spiritual and political economic structures of feudalism was. In today's, I'm using this very strong word on purpose, in today's deranged capitalism, rational thought is hostile to the neoliberal model, as it shows the complete irrationality of its fundamental principles. Okay, and examples of this counter-enlightenment from Serbia, there were a few, but the one from 2022 is very interesting for our topic, for our conference here. Since in 2002, there was a very strong reaction against biology textbooks more precisely the issues and topics of sexuality and gender that were present in biology textbooks for elementary school. And there was a huge reaction by conservative intellectuals and think tanks and activists. And they managed to censor and to erase these sexuality and gender issues and topics from the elementary school biology textbooks, which is quite of a precedent since all these textbooks passed through the legal procedure. They were peer-reviewed, independent experts acknowledged them, and even the ministry gave green light, for all of them. And after this event, they had to be changed and reprinted again. So, and you know, the criticism that was leveled against them came, and it was, the discourse was typically religiously conservative one. Interestingly enough, our association of biologists protested against this, and biologists themselves claimed there is nothing wrong with the textbooks, but priests and religious thinkers, conservative thinkers, they had the power leverage, and they managed to do it in quite of a counter-enlightenment kind of way. The church is even more present in schools than it ever was. Again, I don't know if Miran is here, a colleague from Slovenia. He was very, on one occasion, puzzled by the presence of religious pictures in Serbian classrooms, since in most of the classrooms in Serbia, you have Sveti Sava, Saint Sava, or some other kind of saints there, which didn't used to be the case in some 15 or 20 years ago. And now, just before the conclusion, I'm finishing up, I'm going to show you some data from a survey from 2021. It was a nationally representative survey. We posed some questions to the public. First of these, that COVID epidemic was artificially caused by World Health Organization and pharmaceutical companies. And you can see here that 42% of the population strongly agree with 17.8% agreeing. So more than half of the people in Serbia think that the whole COVID thing was a sham in order to gain profits. Anti-evolutionist talk, and 35.1% of the people strongly agree with the claim that God created man in his own image, and that, you know, apes are not our distant predecessors. Again, together with 16.7 people agreeing, that's over almost half of the people. A bit more of the half of the population agrees with this. Basically, a religious statement. A bit nicer picture, if I may say so, is with faked moon landing. As you can see, you know, I'm glad that the American influence didn't reach this far. Most of the people disagree with this. And also this gives some hope that most of the people disagree that vaccines are not useful and even harmful. And nobody agrees with the statement that Earth is flat. Okay, so this gives some hope. Okay, because those first answers that I show you, they at least to me seem very, very, very gloomy. But this about 5G technology serving to monitor and control people, you can see an even distribution of answers here, which is an interesting situation. So to conclude, Serbian ruling oligarchy weaponizes gender equality reforms to maintain international legitimacy. Their main consequences is ticking EU boxes. So it's only for show. It's to show EU that we are like on a way to democracy. we are democratizing in Europeanizing. And the ruling party is not only aim is to stay in power, but to be the only relevant actor on the domestic political scene. So it's wiping out any kind of criticism and opposition. So Serbia is slowly but surely moving to Erdogan's model in Turkey, if I may say so. And gender equality forms are by the government perceived as less risky and more convenient option as demonstrating compliance with EU and international democratic norms. Some other kind of reforms are not so, the government is very hesitant in engaging them, but when it comes to gender, they know they can manipulate it more easily. And I have these reading suggestions. I hope the organizers will share this with the participants. If you want to know and read more about the whole situation on gender and politics in Serbia, these are 4 articles which you can consult and get some clearer idea than I hope than I've made it now. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you as well, Dr. Jovanovic. I'm not sure if you could hear it, but there was a round of applause for your presentation. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Do precej podobnih zaključkov se mi zdi bo prišla naša naslednja govornica, namreč iz Univerze v Kuvajtu nas bo doktorica Radika Lakšminarayanan popeljala v svet žensk in politike v državah zalivskega sveta. Zdaj, čeprav so v teh državah doživeli kar nekaj sprememb z več ženskami v delovni sili, v javnem življenju, pa se za tem sijajem pogosto skriva precej več. Razkrila bo, kako so politične spremembe včasih zgolj fasada za zadovoljitev Zahoda, medtem ko ostajajo premiki, pravi premiki zares precej počasni.
Hello, good afternoon. And I know it's probably nearing your break, so I'm going to keep to the time as far as possible. See, I come from a part of the world which has been in the news for all the wrong reasons. War, conflict, authoritarian rule, human rights violations, conservative Islam, and of course, exploitation of women. And broadly, if you see in the Arab world, I'm talking about the Arab world. So the Arab world has a wide diversity. So, we have poorest of nations where you see a lot of exploitation of women. For example, you have Sudan, Somalia, where you still have slavery, you have slavery of women, you have child marriage, you have female genital mutilation. And we generally, assume that exploitation happens in the poorer countries. And this is to a large extent true. But let's look at the other extent, the other end of the spectrum, which is the Gulf Cooperation Council states. And I'm essentially going to talk about the women politics and the states and what the changes that are happening here. Okay, so what are these GCC states as they're called? Okay, or they're also called the Gulf states, Arabian Gulf states, Persian Gulf states, okay? So in this part of the world, they say Arabian Gulf states. We don't want to connect with Persia anymore. So these consist of 6 countries. We've got Kuwait, the UAE, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia. And there are a lot of changes that are taking place, particularly in general, as far as liberalization is concerned, industrialization is concerned, modernization is concerned, urbanization is concerned. And but if you look at the background, where did these states come from? Basically, there were many years ago, I'm talking about the 15th, 16th century, there were nomadic tribes that moved from the centers of Arabia and towards the coastal region, basically in search of water because they were running away from severe drought. And they came to the Arabian Gulf region and settled there. And their occupations, typical of coastal communities, was fishing, sea trade, pearl diving, etc. And this meant that the male folk had to be out of the house for a long time. You see, going by ships for trading. So they were away for months. And in this period, who looked after the social needs? Who looked after the family? Women did have a lot of respect. Women took up, a lot of occupations. Craftsmanship existed. There were women shopkeepers, etc. Of course, never women leaders. Leadership was always in the hands of the sheikh, who was the tribal head of these nomadic communities. Now, poor country, essentially living by, coastal means, suddenly you see a diverse change. It's a typical rags to riches story when in the 20th century, hydrocarbons were discovered. Oil was discovered in this region. And within a few years, from pearl diving, they turned to petroleum exports. And so you see a drastic shift in the economy of these 6 states. Some more than the others, for example, Qatar and Saudi Arabia, much more than the others. But on the whole region grew as a result, was transformed as a result of this economic transformation, industrial transformation, etc. Now, when you look at the society, gender roles in this pre-oil society, before the discovery of oil, what you see is a very patriarchal society. Family, most important. Father ruled literally over the children. The husband dominated over the wife, and the family was much more important than the individual. So individual rights squashed straight away. It was a male-based kinship. The men got together in the so-called divaniyas. They would meet, they would discuss, they would make decisions. They would make suggestions, advice to the ruler, the head of the tribe. And that's how it went. So the networking among the men politically was always there. Even marriages were arranged through these networks, families, So the women really didn't have any say in even their basic existence in a lot of ways. But men were typically the breadwinners, but the women, even though their roles were basically domestic, they did have some kind of empowerment, especially when the men were away in search of their occupations. Now, what happens in the post-oil? Now, I'm talking about a very quick period of transition here. Oil was discovered in the 1930s, and the change, it started being exported by 1945. So the change happened within a decade. The patterns of society didn't really change much. So you have still royal, hereditary, male, authoritarian leadership. The kind of government, I would say, became a quasi-democratic government, meaning some few states, for example, Kuwait was one of the earliest to have a constitution, to have a national assembly. But in most of the others, it came much later. And even now, you don't have parliaments in Qatar or Saudi Arabia, for example. But essentially for the people, their lives changed. It became a cradle-to-grave welfare system. Everything is taken care of by the state. Now, that meant really the women no longer needed to do any work. And they came to rely totally on expat domestic labor. So what happens is women who were actually going into to the marketplace, buying things, selling things, were now led to confined spaces, enjoying all the luxuries of life. And therefore, you can see that their voice, even the little voice that they had when they were actually stepping out of the house, going into public spaces, was now confined to the limited private spaces. Now, in all these countries, there are no political parties. In fact, in some, they are prohibited, and in some, they are, everywhere it's not encouraged. They mostly exist in the name of societies, women's organizations, societies, conservative Islamic societies, but none of them are actual vocal political blocs. So on the one hand, you see the struggle for political liberalization to bring in more democratic institutions. On the other hand, you see the struggle for women. So whatever rights that the women have got, whatever empowerment they now have, is largely on the sidelines of the political development that's happening, the search for political institutions. So I would say it's basically a very, very gendered kind of citizenship as far as the women were concerned. Male kinship networks, they control and make sure patriarchal norms are preserved. And Sharia-based law, Sharia, which is the Islamic law, that continues to prevail, particularly in terms of permission for marriage, for example. So if a woman wants to get married, and recently we had a case in Kuwait itself, a woman, a PhD from a university, she wanted to marry the person she was in love with. He was not a Kuwaiti, he was a Syrian, and she was prohibited from marrying him, even though she was a very educated woman. And she finally took it up legally, and after 5 years, she was allowed to marry him. So it's a big fight even to marry a person of your choice, particularly if he's not a citizen of the country, and you're somebody from another nation. And custody of the child. In cases of divorce, the custody of the child becomes, again, a long-drawn battle. There are times even now when if let's say a Kuwaiti woman wants to take her child, she's divorced, she wants to take her child to travel abroad, she can only do that with the permission of her husband. So in a lot of ways, it's a very, very kind of gendered citizenship that the women experience here. But even within these circumstances, there are certain factors which are driving women's political empowerment. One is the progress of women's education. Women's literacy, as I told you, was in the earlier plenary session, was almost 95% in most of the countries. In Oman, it's about 89%, but in most of the other states, 95%. Even if you look at women in the university level, you would see there are more women graduates, and women. The performance of women in these universities is much better than the men in the universities. So that is something which is making the people think. The second thing was the Arab revolts, the Arab Spring, which happened in 2012 into Tunisia, etc. And that also impacted the GCC states. In some, conversations began. In others, they were quelled. So the fight was delayed even more. Now, recently, over the last 10 years, we've seen a little more change happening. And again, this is driven by the need to diversify the economy, because everybody is gradually realizing that we are moving towards an oil-free world. And what would happen to these countries which are completely sustaining only because of oil production? They are going to be impacted. So the need to diversify. So what do? Let's become business hubs. We are in a nice location. Let's become business hubs. Let's travel. Let's market. Let's, bring in brands and be like say a repackaging center. So they develop logistic facilities, ports, etc. So there is a need to diversify. And they also want to reduce the dependence on expats. In most of in Kuwait, for example, we have a population of about 4 million, out of which only 1 million is Kuwaiti. 3 million is non-Kuwaiti population. And that is impacting the culture, the society. So they're also scared. And therefore, there is a need to nationalize. So you have Kuwaitization, Omanization, Saudiization, etc., where you're trying to encourage local citizens to take on roles in, especially the economic field, business, work, jobs, etc. And that brings us to the point that you realize that 50% of this workforce is women. So if you want to reduce the expats, you better include the women. So that's how slowly women have started, playing great roles in business. We have some of, if you look at Forbes, there are many, many business leaders, women business leaders from the GCC countries. And gradually, you also see women's organizations, civil society organizations coming up, talking, but still not reach that stage of making big challenges. Now, as a result of this nationalization, we see that the labor force participation of women has gradually increased. You can see that in Kuwait, it's about 47.6%, and it's very high in Qatar also. So you will see in UAE, it's about 55.4%. So gradually, their participation, they're getting more women are studying, more women are getting into the jobs. And that is, again, as somebody else said, money in your hands leads to employment. It's one step towards reaching there. Now, what happens is by 2000 onwards, there is a trend towards what I call state-sponsored feminism, which is nothing but gender washing. So why do they need to do this? Generally, when you look at this area part of the world, you think, okay, they have they're not democracies. So Western pressure is motivating the leaders, the authoritarian leaders, to show that they're moving towards representative institutions. They want to move towards elections in parliament, and of course, also representing, the women. Women's suffrage in these states came very late. In Slovenia, your president mentioned 1945. The earliest was Oman in 1994, and the latest was Saudi Arabia, which is only 2015 that women got the right to vote. And this is not parliament, because most of these don't even have a parliament, which means that this is in the local councils where they have come. And very, very few women have really been elected even to these local councils. Now, as part of the gender washing of the government, women began to be appointed into the advisory councils of the rulers. And who was appointed? Typically the royal women. But on paper, women's political participation actually increased from 3.5% in 2000 to 20% in 2021. But this doesn't mean that all are elected women or that they have the right. In fact, even the men don't have the right to vote to those non-existent parliaments. But on the positive side, a lot of women-centric legislations have been passed. For example, you will see, as I was mentioning earlier, the moral policing has ended. You will see that women now have the right to drive. Women have the right to obtain a passport. I mean, something which you would see, you take it for granted in this part of the world, but in that area, no. So these are some beginnings, small beginnings that have been made as a result of state-sponsored feminism. The earliest women who could really make it into some of these big positions were, all from the royal family. You can say Sheikha Lubna, UAE, Sheikha Maish, Princess Reem. They are all from the royal families. But on the other hand, as in a matter of few years, you also see some non-elite women coming into important political roles. Like, for example, we have Dr. Masuma Mubarak, and she is very a trendsetter because she was the first woman from the entire GCC who actually got elected into the councils, the local municipal councils. And as a result, she was also nominated as one of the cabinet ministers. And this was in Kuwait. And as for the others, you have Jana Nasiba. I forgot to mention her name, but she's a permanent representative of UAE to the UN, and Amala Kubaisi, who was the first woman of the UAE to be nominated as head of the Federal National Council. Now, Federal National Council is the main advisory council of the ruler of Kuwait. So you now actually have a woman who at one point was even the head of that. But again, all our selections, prominent women chosen to be there. As Dr. Miller said, it is for show and only. Now, despite all this, or I would even say because of the fact that, you have a few women who are coming up there, their faces are seen, their faces are shown to the world, you do see some changes happening. And some of the recent milestones, for example, in Saudi Arabia in the year 2013, there was a 20% gender quota for women in the Shura Council. The Shura is, again, the top advisory council. So 20% nominated women. This could also mean women from the royal family, okay? So it is still not really representative, but at least it shows that you have to show some women there, that so many women are in as leaders. In the UAE in 2015, a UAE Gender Balance Council was established, and this has a whole program of how to bring about gender equality and inclusion of women, etc. Largely still on paper, though there is a lot of talk about it. And in 2019, 50% women are appointed to the Federal National Council again. So here you have the only so-called advisory government, and 50% actually includes women. In Kuwait, the real turning point, as far as I'm concerned, is that for the first time, you have a woman not in soft roles, but actually becoming an oil minister. And I really feel that this would be a turning point because for the first time you have the most important position, literally, given to a woman. Now, on the whole, representation of women in politics in the GCC has been very, very minimal. If you see, there's no woman head of state, speaker, or deputy speaker level, no. Women cabinet ministers, again, all nominated positions, you can see it is still under 20, the exception of Bahrain, which is 21.7%. Women in parliament, and this is, most of them don't even have bicameral legislatures, so single parliaments. You have, as you can see, the highest, which is 50% in the UAE, and in Oman is the least, which is only 2 out of 86, that is 2.3%. And in the women in parliament in the upper house, again, you have most of these nominated. You have in Bahrain about 25% and in Oman about 17%. So by global standards, still very low and still far way to go. Grave disparities exist in women's empowerment in the GCC. And this is a report from the Gender Gap, Global Gender Gap Report of 2023. And if just to draw comparisons, I've also shown Slovenia and the United States here. But if you can see, the UAE ranks the highest. Out of 146 countries, it ranks 71. And the lowest in terms of the overall ranking is Oman, which is 139. And economic participation, Kuwait ranks as 118 and Oman 135 again. Education, very surprisingly, you will see it's 51. Kuwait has 51. It has 97.5% representation, literacy for women. But Oman, again, 113. And then in the terms of healthcare, you see, and this is a dichotomy. It's always surprising to me when I see these numbers. Qatar, which has among the top 10 highest GDP per capita in the world, has only ranks 143 in terms of women's health and survival. And of course, in terms of political participation, Oman is about 140. So they're very close, more towards the end than in the beginning, where you can see where Slovenia and even the United States, which is even lower than Slovenia, actually ranks. So what are the challenges and constraints for women's political empowerment in this region? Gendered structural inequalities exist. Society is against them. Culture is against them. Religion is against them. And it's a big fight when you are fighting all of these norms, all the existing, everything in, your way of life is against you. Power dynamics in politics, a lot of sexism and stereotyping. So this has been a part of a discussion all through this session. We've talked about how media is against women. In this part of the world, it's like, she's in politics, she's a minister, but she's wearing the hijab, so she's not liberal. If she doesn't, and she's very fashionably dressed, or she doesn't know anything about Islamic values, that's why she's there. What is she going to do? So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. It's that kind of a situation. There a lot of name calling, lot of trolling on social media. The way they look, the way they dress, what kind of a woman is made a minister for family welfare, and they'll say, no, she's like, what Trump mentioned, childless cat lady. So yeah, she doesn't have a family. So what does she know about family welfare? So you're always, somebody's always against you. The society is against you. By and large, whatever representation has happened has limited to urban, elite, educated women. It has not reached rural women. It's not reached uneducated women at all. And mostly soft roles that they have. That's why I said being an oil minister is really a turning point. Politics is seen as a male bastion. Women don't know. They shouldn't be interested in it. And women are considered inexperienced, not trained, not skilled. Women candidates are not supported. They don't have funding. They don't get support. They don't have a mentor to teach them how to go about it. They are lost in the woods. And men influence how women vote. So even if you say a woman votes for the local council, she would say, okay, my husband told me to vote for so-and-so. And she would be bullied to vote for a particular person. So again, they don't have a voice. They might go and exercise a vote, but it still doesn't mean they're going to vote according to what they want, the person that they want. And women do not exercise their voting rights. Many women don't even go. Even if they have the right to vote in a council election, they don't go. They said, no, it doesn't make any difference. I don't need to. And if at all they vote, they don't vote for female candidates. So again, there's a bias there. Now, what are the key takeaways from this presentation? One, state-sponsored feminism, no matter how you decry it, it has helped. To some extent, it has brought women into the forefront. Their face is up there now. Okay, so that is encouraging. Second, aspiring women have realized that they don't have the skills. They are not able to make it out in a very male-dominated field, which is politics. And so they realize that they need to have much more training, much more skills, much more financial support. Now, in this context, there's one organization in Kuwait, which is the EKWIP, Empower Kuwaiti Women in Politics. And I was really, stricken that how comparable it is to what you're doing, not in the scale that what EWA is doing. So what they did is they sent 15 women to Washington, D.C. to actually stay there for a few months and study how, women present themselves in politics, how they go step by step, how can they be represented, and what kind of challenges, what kind of issues they focus on. So it was the beginning, and they come back and they're speaking to the youth. So in a way, it is moving. Conversation is actually happening. Unlike so many other countries that we spoke about, with the exception of Serbia, I think, it is a very top-down approach. Grassroots level inclusion has not taken place. It's not down-up. There are people talking, there are a few women's organizations, but it's always what is given to you. It's still seen as a right given to you, and you're nominated by the ruler. So it's a very top-down approach. There has to be a meeting ground somewhere for this to move forward. And very few gender quotas exist. For example, Saudi has given a little gender quota. UAE has now given a little gender quota. But other than that, there's no electoral system, and then there's no gender quota. So both these things have to be addressed. Ultimately, it's a question of changing mindsets. It's not just about rights and laws, and it's about changing mindsets. When everyone starts believing in the capabilities of women in leadership, if you can make fantastic decisions in the domestic front, why not move ahead? Why not move to society? Why not move as leaders? And today, I think more or less we've seen all over the world that women leaders are really taking their nations into a different level. And that realization has to come. Change has to come in society, within the religious norms, within the social norms, within the cultural norms. So to conclude, I would say more women politicians are necessary for progressive women-centric legislations. And when that happens, you will see social change, you will see change in the life, in the context, in the behavior of people. And then we can move on to talk about greater political participation, and then the end of the spectrum, which is political empowerment in terms of leadership. So they have come a long way. I know when you compare to the rest of the world, probably not as much, but yes, to what they were, a long way, but there is a very long, a very difficult road ahead. As I said earlier, it's probably going to take 80 to 100 years for that kind of gender empowerment that exists in many Western countries to actually take place in this part of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you as well. It's a long road, but worth take it. Gremo dalje, še zadnje predavanje pred naslednjim odmorom, in sicer nastopi preko video povezave profesorica Elizabeta Marino, prihaja z univerze v Rimu in predstavila bo zgodbo Mone Kert, imenovane tudi preročišče upora. S svojimi deli je vznemirjala viktorijansko družbo in poroko označila kot vir trpljenja za številne ženske. Profesorica Marino bo v svojem predavanju raziskala, kako je Mona Kert v svojem romanu The Wing of Azrael razkrinkala poroko kot institucijo, ki prenaša notranjo zatiranost iz generacije v generacijo, in prav tako bo osvetlila, kako je Mona Kert videla željo po materinstvu ne kot naravni nagon, ampak kot družbeno vsiljeno dolžnost. Profesor Marino,
I'm here.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much, and thank you again for the invitation. Now, my talk is going to be very difficult and very, different from all the others that we have seen so far, because apparently I'm talking about the past, but the past is a very useful tool to ponder about the present. And since I teach English literature, I always try to use what I am compelled to teach in our syllabus to enable our students to think about the continuity of problems and possible solutions. So we are talking about a Victorian writer, Mona Kert, and she grappled with the same topics that we've been focusing our attention on today. Maternity, the natural role of women, what women are supposedly aiming at in life. And so I will give you an outline of the context in which Mona Kert lived. And then I will focus on The Wings of Azrael, which is one of the most important novels that she wrote. So the last decades of the 19th century marked a time of considerable change in the perception of womanhood. Indeed, the pillars of patriarchal domination were severely shaken by a series of acts which granted more liberties to the so-called weaker sex, the way it was still called, as well as protecting its civil and economic rights. In 1857, divorce became a legal option for women, even though adultery as a cause had to be combined with other offenses, such as bigamy, extreme violence, or incest. So, adultery in itself was not good enough as a cause. According to the 1878 Matrimonial Causes Act, cruelty could be raised as grounds for divorce. Furthermore, abused wives were entitled to receive spousal maintenance and the custody of children below 10, which was unheard of beforehand. The 1870-1882 Married Women's Property Act allowed wives to retain ownership of their property and control their earnings. And we know that with money in the pocket, as Moll Flanders used to say, we are at home everywhere. So financial independence is very, very important. And their separate legal identity was also restored. When I speak about separate legal identity, I mean that the regime of coverture no longer existed. Coverture meant that women were somehow merged into their husband's identity. They did not have an individual identity. And this is an element Mona Caird will highlight in her novels. Mona Caird was identified by an anonymous journalist as the priestess of revolt, given the controversial contents of her fictional and non-fictional works, because she was also a journalist. She strived to demonstrate that far from being an undeniable source of pleasure and self-fulfillment, marriage could also bring pain and misery to most middle and upper class women. So marriage could not be the only aim of women's lives. By focusing on her third novel, The Wing of Azrael, which was published in 1889, this paper sets out to explore the strategies Caird employed to challenge the most sacred of Victorian institutions and reveal that internalized oppression was handed down from mother to daughter. Besides, the author also succeeded in casting a different light on women's supposedly inborn desire for maternity. Rather than stemming from natural instinct, in her view, it was a socially constructed obligation. So she was another childless cat lady, let's put it in this way, of the 19th century. In the preface to The Wing of Azrael, the writer distinguished her narrative from the novels of purpose, because there was a lot of feminist propaganda in that period. And these novels of purpose were composed with the intent to advocate the cause. As she clarified, she did not aim at contesting or arguing. She only wished to represent. And by so doing, she wanted to protect a reader's entitlement to independent thinking. She did not want to indoctrinate. She wanted to just offer data, offer an example of life, and then it was up to her readers to identify with the characters or not. And the important thing for her is that readers could be aware of what was going on. I will give you a short outline of the plot of the novel, which is set in contemporary Britain, so 19th century Britain, and revolves around the marriage arrangement and conjugal lives of the protagonist. The story follows the progress from childhood to maturity of Viola Sedley, who is the main character of the narrative. To relieve her family from oppressive debts, caused by her father's frivolity and dissipation, she is required to marry Philip Dandridge, a wealthy but detestable man. So she has to marry this man to save her family. So she is entrusted with this huge responsibility. Harassed and blackmailed by her sadistic spouse, dependent on his whims and fancies, she finds temporary solace in an intimate friendship with another man, with whom she eventually plans to escape to France and start life afresh. The narrative ends in tragedy. Prevented from leaving the Gothic castle where the pair resides, Viola stabs her husband to death. So she's a murderess. The girl runs away, followed by her lover, who, once recovered from the initial shock of the murder, resolves to share her fate and continue with their plan. But after a desperate chase along a cliff's edge, Viola disappears from his sight, almost swallowed in darkness. So we don't know what happens to the protagonist in the end. She disappears, she vanishes. In the introduction to the volume, Mona Caird provides her readers with insightful clues on how to interpret her novel. Indeed, she explains that Azrael, the wing of Azrael, the angel of death and faith and destruction, separates the soul from the body. So this is the purpose of this angel when we die. Furthermore, this angel is associated with a scapegoat ritual performed by the ancient Israelites on the Day of Atonement, Kippur, Yom Kippur. As will be shown, like many other Victorian women, Viola is compelled to act as a sacrificial victim. Besides, her very existence is at stake. She often harbors suicidal thoughts, and the moment she's stripped of her individuality and dispossessed of her body, so there are a lot of scenes of rape in the text, even though they're just hinted at, and she's sold to the highest bidder and therefore divided from her soul. So Azrael, who divides the body from the soul, is also the epitome of what happens to Victorian women. They are divided from their body, they're dispossessed. The writer seems at pains to demonstrate that the meek and self-effacing attitude exhibited by proper ladies is far from innate. In that period, John Ruskin, Coventry Patmore concocted this icon of model womanhood, the angel in the house. And Mona Caird is demonstrating that the angel in the house has nothing to do with something that is inborn, is induced, okay, it's forming indoctrination. As a child, in fact, Viola yearns to explore what lies beyond the boundaries of the park surrounding the dilapidated mansion she inhabits. She doesn't want to stay in the house. She wants to gain access to the world outside. The little metaphysician, as she is identified by the omniscient narrator, is absorbed in existential thoughts that lead her to assert her identity as an independent and self-determined being. And the child touched herself tentatively. Yes, she must be real, a separate being called Viola Sedley, with thoughts of her own, entirely her own. End quote. Her physical and moral resemblance to her mother is therefore deceptive and only superficial. The child's bright and inquisitive nature, in fact, is at odds with Marion Sedley's plain and unpretentious personality. So there is a clash in the text between the child and the mother. Viola's original unbending character is evident when, together with her mother and brother, she pays a formal visit to the Dandridges. Intimidated by the elderly landlord, she firmly refuses to comply with his pressing demands for a kiss. So this is a very disturbing scene. Caird clearly depicts the scene as a violation of the child's personal space, as a disrespectful intrusion into her privacy, legitimized by the conciliatory attitude commonly attributed to women. And I'm quoting the man, "Will you give me a kiss?" he asked, bending down without waiting for her permission. Sir Dandraith even tries to lure Viola to submit to his wish by offering sweetmeats in exchange, thus equating the little child to a budding prostitute, willing to satisfy every request provided that she's paid for it. Instead of protecting her daughter, as she would imagine her to do, her mother is even more culpable because she expects her to act obediently, according to her sex. In a vain attempt to flee from danger, the girl falls off the carriage only to be caught in the arms of young Philip, her future spouse, who immediately carries her into the house. Here, the same dreadful scene is reiterated, although in a more repulsive manner, since this time there are two perpetrators, so the father and the son. Sir Dandraith insists that Viola should be polite and reward her savior with a kiss. To her rebuff, Philip replies with crude action. Mona Caird concludes this inauspicious chapter with Viola's outraged reflections, which bear witness to her still untrained and therefore still wholesome spirit. And now you can see the quotation here. She could only feel over and over again that she had been treated with insolence as a being whose will was of no moment, whose very person was not her own, who might be kissed or stuck or played with exactly as people pleased, as if she were a thing without life or personality. So in the first quotation, she is happy to be herself and to be her own self, whereas in the second quotation, she is aware of the fact that as a woman, she's not entitled to have her own personality and identity. Okay. When initially the girl refuses to marry Philip while maintaining she will earn her own living, she is brutally reminded of her duties by her father, who also mocks her lack of skills useful to find a job. So you see, the job is always very important. In the old man offensive words, a woman, quote, who is not performing her natural duties, serving her husband and her children, is worse than nothing. An anomaly, a ramrod without a gun, a key without a lock, a ship without a sail. She is a damned nuisance. So he wants her to understand what her destiny is. Viola's body divided from her soul, that's why the novel is called The Wing of Azrael, as if she were a living corpse, and therefore traded for Philip's wealth, a bargain that allows the settlers to pay off debts and keep their properties intact. Far from being the crowning achievement of her life, Viola's wedding is viewed by the writer as a sacrificial rite. The bride's role as a scapegoat is signified through the sunbeam streaming through the stained glass window of the church, which emblematically stain her gown. So there is this white gown with a red stain. In The Wing of Azrael, Mona Caird also questions women's maternal instinct, which, as it clearly appears, is also constructed through a social process. When one of her acquaintances observes that Viola's life will be less dull when eventually she hears, quote, the patter of certain feet about the house, she knows exactly what is expected of her. A pleased embarrassment, quote, at the mention of that which she was taught in the same breath to regard as the most blessed and desirable of contingencies. So she's talking of maternity. Quite the opposite. She abhors the physical intimacy with her husband, as if it were a legitimized form of rape. And this is how she describes her marital relationship. There was no respite. The day was dull and weary, but the night, the time of solitude, stillness and repose, the time to build up strength and draw in new hope and peace, the night was a living hell. Besides, in the novel, maternity is straightforwardly used by manipulative spouses as a potent instrument of control, the way it is still used in Italy, unfortunately, in the patriarchal context, especially in the South. In Philip's words, in fact, a married woman who has no children may give her husband trouble, but the first baby infallibly drives the nonsense out of her. End quote. In the final section of the novel, Philip even threatens to further restrict his wife's freedom by declaring her insane. Her murderous act is the only possible answer to the man's last attempt at sexually assaulting her, at exercising his merciless dominion over his prey through what he calls a tender punishment. As Mona Claire clarifies, her heroine's crime is totally intentional. She's no mad. Indeed, the subjugated woman has eventually recovered her agency, willpower, and subjectivity in the worst way, but in the only possible way due to the circumstances. And she says, as you can see in the quote, "Mad? Oh no, I meant to do it. I knew it would kill him. I would do it again. I would do it again. I leave a life behind me so loathsome, so intolerable. Yes," she broke off fiercely, "I would do it again." Most Victorian readers interpreted the conclusive scene as unfavorable to the protagonist. As I told you, she vanishes in the end. We don't know what happens to her. There is a cliff and then maybe she falls down. Her suicide was considered as a righteous form of retribution for her rebellion and misdeeds. Even some contemporary scholars have accepted this pessimistic view of the facts. Most of the scholars, in actual facts. Nevertheless, the final words of The Wing of Azrael are rather ambiguous, and here are the final quotes. "The solitary figure passed over the brow of the hill, and out of sight. The scene was obliterated. Darkness everywhere, over the interminable uplands, in the profound solitude, in the shrouded heavens, and over the sea. Pitch black, rayless, impenetrable darkness." End quote. So this final part of the novel reminded me of the final part of Frankenstein. And just like the creature in Frankenstein lost in the icy regions of the north, also Viola, the artificially fabricated icon of domesticity, just like the monster in Frankenstein, who revolted against her creators, just like the creature, disappears without a clear indication of her destiny, which might also imply survival. The silent darkness enveloping the sea may act as a symbolic womb for her rebirth. Thank you so much.
Thank you to you as well, Professor Marino, and for being part of today's event. Much appreciated. Tako, zdaj pa smo pri koncu še enega dela, 15 minut odmora in 5 čez 13 uro se ponovno vidimo. Hvala lepa, spoštovani in spoštovane. Bomo nadaljevali in gremo še v finiš današnjega programa. Torej, na vrsti je panel, na katerem bomo govorili o izzivih in priložnostih za politično udejstvovanje žensk, primeri dobrih praks. Najprej bosta dr. Andrej Naterer in dr. Miran Lavrič iz Univerze v Mariboru predstavila ta projekt, ki mu je pravzaprav namenjena današnja konferenca, njegovo metodologijo in učinke aktivnosti, ki jih je projekt prinesel. Prosim.
Okay, I will do my presentation in English, if this is okay with you. Yes? Okay. First, I have to apologize to my colleague. He's not coming. He has some other urgent business, but I will do my best. I will also time myself, so I don't take too much of your time. Okay, so my name is Andrej. I was a member of EWA team. I proud myself with two things, that I was one of 3 guys on the project, and I also have the longest beard among those, so that's me. S tem se upravlja? Ne. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, so our project, the main focus of our project is the intervention with basically one main goal. This is political and civic activation of young women. I will not go through all the project. My chapter is pretty technical, so I have to present the methodological design and the impact our project had. So I will try to make an interesting story for you so that I don't bother you too much. My presentation has 4 main points. First, I will introduce the methodological design. Then I will go through pre-test results. Then we will shortly look at the interventions, because the main presentation of the interventions is coming after my presentation. Then I will guide you through the most interesting points of the post-test result, and we will take a look at main takeaways. So our project had a very interesting design. It was designed as a semi-experimental method, which had a pre-test, which is basically looking at the situation as it is among students, high school students and young women in Slovenia. Then, based on these findings, we developed certain interventions that would accommodate wishes and main issues within this population. And then we did the post-test, which is basically testing whether our intervention was sufficient, good or not. So the pre-test was the 2 main populations within our target group were high school students and young women. Here I have to stress that young women were recruited from a very specific subsample. Those are young women which are already on some level actively engaged into politics. So the main goal of the pre-test was that there are 3 main goals. The first is detection. Oh, I have to use my glasses. Thank you. First is detection of main obstacles that prevent young women in playing more active role in politics and society. The second goal was detection of persisting stereotypes. And the third goal was detection of wishes and needs our participants have in order to be more actively engaged into society and politics. So our method was designed as an integration of qualitative and quantitative methods. We did focus groups with young women, not approximately, 30 young women participated in our focus groups. And then we also did a questionnaire among both young women that took part and among high school students. Based on this, we did interventions, which is we thought of the things that could bolster or improve their political and social activation by developing workshops, mentoring opportunities, online toolkits, and so on. More on that by Rebecca, yes, in the next presentation. And after this was done, we basically took this sample that we did focus groups and a questionnaire and put them into the pre-test in order to evaluate whether the intervention was good or bad. So what are the main results from the pre-test? I have divided this into 2 subsections. First is the student population. So those are the 3 main results from the pre-test with high school students. The first one is Participants are not particularly interested in politics and conventional political and civic participation, which is relatively low. Okay, so imagine high school students, secondary school, they're not really into the politics. We can discuss why is this a little bit later. But the next thing is that willingness to participation is relatively strong. So they want to take active part in our society on a political and civic level, but they don't. Okay, so what are the main the main obstacles? The main obstacles are lack of knowledge, lack of interest, lack of skills, confidence, and what is maybe the most interesting finding is the fear of not being able to balance family and political life. I have to stress this out, that those are high school students, okay? They don't have family yet, and they're not in politics yet, and yet this was perceived as one of the main obstacles. The second group are young women who are already politically active. So based on this information, some of the results might shock you, as they did us. So the first one is that participants are interested in politics on a conventional level and and in civic participation. This is normal, okay? Why? Because they were taken as a subsample of already politically active young women. They were engaged in NGOs, in student political associations, and so on. However, no. What are their strongest interests? Yes, I'm trying to rush it now. Their strongest interest is in gender equality, social and environmental issues, and then closely followed by international politics, culture, and economy. So the question now remains, okay, they're active and they have developed interest. What are the problems? The problems are, sorry, I smoked my cigarette too quickly. Now it's coming back to me. Sorry for that. What are the problems? The problems are political efficacy and knowledge related to politics. Okay, they are. So if I can put this into their words, they are active, but they still think about themselves that they don't know enough in order to do more. Okay. However, on the other hand, there is a strong basis in self-assessed general competencies, like making a strong argument, being able to participate in a discussion and things like that. And the fourth main finding is that gender stereotypes persist. Okay, why is that? And this refers to this corresponds or vibrates very well with our session here, not because men are evil. Okay, it is not question of men against women or male population or patriarchy against female. So the individuals that come in a female body. The problem is in traditional views. Okay, so in focus groups, we got in several times in a lengthy discussion, where is the problem? And they said there is a generational gap. Older generations, male and female participants of these older generations are sticking to their patriarchal views. Okay, so it's not men against women, it's older generations versus younger generations. And what is for me the most interesting thing, which we have to address in future project, is media representations. Okay, media representations, according to their perceptions, are acting as sort of a Google of public opinion. Media is thinking, okay, what are interesting things? Well, when it comes to female in politics, what she's dressing, how much weight did she lost? Like 25 kilos, we just learned that. Things like that, not what women can contribute by becoming more active in the politics. So, based on this results and doing state-of-the-art. We did extensive state-of-the-art. So we reviewed numerous articles, previous projects, legislation, and all that. We devised a plan for the intervention, okay? And also wishes. We asked our participants, what do you think we should do within our project in order to improve your political and civic participation? So what we did was a plethora, smorgasbord of different approaches, which included educational manual, online toolkit, workbook, mentoring opportunities, so doing job shadowing, in the parliament, empowerment and activation workshops, online training, awareness raising campaign, and many other things. So this was our intervention, and after this was finished, we invited our participants back to see whether this worked or not. So now let's go to the post-test results. Among student population, you will like this one. I have 3 results regarding student population and 4 results regarding young women. So the first one is, most of the statistically significant results indicate lower political engagement and increased presence of gender stereotypes. What? So did our project make the things worse or not? No. Okay. So how to interpret this finding is stereotypes were presented as more pressing issues. Why? Because students got more sensitive to this. Okay. They learned that things that were normal before our project are practically gender stereotypes, which you are reproducing if you're not paying attention. Okay. Second is, EWA activities were generally well received, particularly among participating girls, which were our main population. So they couldn't tell us what exactly was the best or what was the trigger within our activities. In general, this was perceived really good. And the last one is the political efficacy of both girls and boys. You have to keep in mind that they regard themselves as a younger population. So this is why we have to focus on both boys and girls. Has increased significantly, which is one of the crucial indicators of the long-term political engagement. Okay. Okay, I have 8 minutes left. If we go now to the young women, okay, so those are young women that are already politically active. The first main finding is that most indicators of political interest and engagement show no significant change. So again, wow, did I just say that our project had no, we were doing all this stuff and nothing happened? No, nothing like that, okay? We have to keep in mind that those women were already politically active. They were already doing things like gender equality, environment, social issues, and so on. So some things were more relevant to them and some were not. The second thing is all participants in the post group evaluated EWA activities positively. Okay, so overall, this all had, as a system of approaches, had a very positive impact. The third one is there is a notable increase in share of women rating their political knowledge as very good or excellent as a result of project activities. If I may remind you that in pre-test, they said, I don't know enough. And now they said, wow, I know more, okay? And the last one is, there is a predominance of positive perceptions regarding the effectiveness of intervention. So all in all, our project was very successful. So what does that mean? I have 3 main takeaways. If you want more, you are more than welcome to read our report, master publication, or go through our detailed reports that we did for every step within our project. So what are, in my opinion, 3 main takeaways? The first one is, the interventions such as educational programs and workshops significantly enhance young women's self-assessment of the political skills and motivations for civic participation. Okay, so if I can just guide you through my interpretation of this, pressing issues like gender stereotypes will remain, okay? What we can do is open their heads, empty their minds of these gender stereotypes and fill them with our knowledge. It doesn't work like that, okay? However, education, as in workshops or lectures or toolkits that are provided, are working. Why? Because firstly, they provide new knowledge, how to act when I'm confronted with a gender stereotype. And secondly, it makes people more sensible to these things. Yes, it will take a lot of time, but this is the way to go, okay? If I was writing another project targeting gender stereotypes, I wouldn't pile up all activities together. I would choose education and other things which I will present now. Okay, education is the way to go. The second is workshops designed for both male and female students, helped in sensitizing participants toward gender stereotypes in politics, okay? So why is this important? Firstly, it is important because it includes both sexes, both male and female. We need everybody aboard. It's not like one versus the other. It's not men's fault, okay? Yes, it's not our fault, okay? We have to work together. And second important thing is those people will grow older. So what will happen when generational gap emerges between our young participants when they grow older and young participants coming after them will depend what we are doing now. So we have to keep our minds, I don't know, 20 years in the future so that we don't sustain the gap that already exists according to our data. And the third one is mentorship. Yes, workshops. Workshops as a format are super important, okay? Because it's a different setting than just providing knowledge as in online toolkits. And the third one is mentorship and networking presents a crucial approach in this area, okay? So why is this important? Job shadowing, for instance, as Rebecca will tell us, was one of the crucial steps. Why? Because now, not 20 years from now, young women can interact with politicians, with female politicians that are already successful and can ask and can work with them one-on-one, okay? So not waiting, not being dependent on online tools or some other external factors. You are here now, and opportunities like that are, according to our data, the best. Okay, thank you. I did it in 16 minutes.
Thank you. I guess that was the most punctual presentation of them all. Gremo dalje. Zdaj bomo slišali za praktične izkušnje naših gosti. Rebeka Dečman-Podrgajs iz Ljudske univerze Celje bo z nami delila izkušnje izobraževanja odraslih. Skupaj bo nastopila z Majo Mezek, ki iz IPM inštituta. Ona pa bo predstavila svoje izkušnje na področju političnega opolnomočenja. Prosim.
Lepo pozdravljeni tudi iz najine strani. Skupaj z Rebeko bova predstavili aktivnosti dobre prakse, ki smo jih v okviru projekta izvedli na IPM inštitutu in pa na Ljudski univerzi Celje. Na IPM inštitutu smo se osredotočili predvsem na srednješolce in srednješolke, na Ljudski univerzi v Celju pa so se osredotočili predvsem na mlade ženske. Za začetek ena od dobrih praks, EWA spletno orodje, je ključni gradnik projekta in je zasnovan kot interaktivno spletno orodje, ki je dostopno na www.ewa.si, tako v slovenskem kot tudi v angleškem jeziku. To spletno orodje predstavlja nadgradnjo spletne strani politika, o kateri bo tudi več kasneje povedala Helena, in ki je bila ustvarjena v okviru medijske kampanje. Spletno orodje je zasnovano z namenom opolnomočenja žensk v politiki, saj ponuja prostor za povezovanje in tudi prostor za mreženje. Uporabnicam omogoča oblikovanje mrež za spodbujanje enakosti spolov ter podporo njihovim političnim ambicijam. Orodje vsebuje več razdelkov, med drugim ženske v politiki, kjer so na kratko zbrani statistični podatki zastopanosti žensk na političnih položajih, učna gradiva, kjer so dostopna različna učna gradiva tako za dijake, kot tudi profesorje, dijake in dijakinje, kot tudi profesore in profesorice, za poučevanje enakosti spolov, za poučevanje aktivnega državljanstva, kot tudi za ženske, če se želijo opolnomočiti za aktivno pot v politiki. Potem imamo Želite izvedeti več, te zanima več, kjer so zbrani določeni članki, tako dostopni, ki so bili narejeni v okviru različnih EU projektov, in pa Povežimo se ter forum. Orodje ponuja, kot sem že rekla, različna učna gradiva in je odličen izobraževalni vir. In pa nudi tudi statistične podatke in pa zgodovinski kontekst obravnavanih tematik.
Dober dan, še v mojem imenu, kot je že Maja povedala, prihajam z Ljudske univerze Celje, moje ime je Rebeka. Hvala Andreja za tale super uvod, malo ga bomo midve dopolnile, torej konkretno z tem, kaj smo torej mi počeli v sami intervencijskem programu. Začela bi pri priročnikih, ki sta nastala v okviru projekta EWA, in sicer oba priročnika naslavljata pomembnost političnega udejstvovanja žensk, torej o čemer teče današnja tema te konference. Prvi priročnik, naslov nosi Pot v politiko, je v bistvu priročnik, ki je namenjen mladim ženskam. Bom se dotaknila tega pojma mlade ženske. Mi smo ga kar tako malo razširili, ker smo ugotovili, da dejansko se zanimanje za politiko spreminja in kot je že prej kolegica rekla, nimamo zdaj tu neke konstante in se spreminja, na to vpliva pa zelo veliko dejavnikov, kdaj se ženske odločijo za vstop v politiko, ali se ne odločijo, ali se odločijo pa vmes prekinejo in potem se vrnejo. Zakaj o tem govorim? Ker je bilo to tudi se potem pokazalo v našem programu, sploh ko smo mogli usklajevati urnik. To je bilo pričakovano, da torej bo kar problem usklajevati vse aktivnosti, da se bodo ženske lahko udeležile teh predavanj. Veliko je bilo izpadov, recimo zadnji trenutek, ravno zato, ker so to ženske, ki so že zaposlene, ki že imajo obveznosti takšne in drugačne. O teh izzivih smo danes že veliko slišali. In o teh izzivih mi tudi govorimo o tem priročniku in ta teoretični del, torej priročnika Pot v politiko, je dejansko namenjen bolj tej teoretski osnovi z izzivi, s katerimi se ženske srečujejo, in pa tudi dejansko kratek zgodovinski pregled, tudi danes smo zdaj slišali, kdaj ženske v Sloveniji dobijo politično pravico, torej pravico, da se udeležijo volitev. Moram pa reči, da sem kar presenečena, nisem poznala vseh teh podatkov, gledano svetovno, kdaj torej ženske leta 2000, 2005, 2021, kdaj je bilo zadnje nerečeno. Tako da smo lahko kar ponosne, da smo si kmalu izbojevale to pravico. Tako, in če se malo pomaknem naprej, torej osrednji del našega priročnika Pot v politiko pa dejansko zaznamuje prispevek profesorja Andreja Lukšiča, ki je danes tudi z nami, lepo pozdravljeni, hvala za vašo prisotnost. In sicer osrednji del je namenjen prispevku z naslovom Ženske in politika skozi ekofeministično perspektivo. Ekofeminizem si prizadeva preseči tradicionalne dualizme ter vzpostaviti nove modele političnega delovanja, ki temeljijo na sodelovanju, na varovanju narave in družbeni pravičnosti. Torej nek nov politični model, ki bi lahko bil odgovor na marsikatero težavo in z izzivom, s katerim se torej danes pogovarjamo. Jaz vas vabim, ne bomo zdaj prebrali vsega, ker smo malo časovni stiski, ampak dajte si prebrati celoten prispevek. Priročnik je dosegljiv na spletni strani in vabljeni k branju celotnega prispevka. Drug priročnik, ki pa, to sem še mogoče htela dodati, potem v zadnjem delu potem našega priročnika Pot v politiko. Pot v politiko pa je zelo, bom rekla, bolj praktične narave, kar pomeni, da želimo tiste ženske, ki se želijo vključiti na politični parket, opremiti tudi s konkretnimi znanji. Predlagamo nekaj aktivnosti, nalog, kako torej pridobiti znanje, saj je tisto vstopno znanje, ker vemo, potem dela svoje znanje, izkušnje, kilometrine in tako naprej, ampak ko se ženske začnejo spogledovati z tem, da bi se vidijo v politiki neko priložnost za razvoj kariere, da lahko pridobijo neko znanje tudi s pomočjo našega priročnika, tako da to je pa v zadnjem delu potem. Drug priročnik, ki ga bo predstavila Maja, pa nosi naslov EWA, razbimo stekleni strop. Tu pa predvsem namenjen torej srednješolskim profesorjem in profesoricam, da lahko v razredu, predvsem pri državljanstvu, naslavljajo določene teme in tudi med njimi torej spolne stereotipe in da spodbujajo ženske k večji participaciji v politiki. Pa kar izvoli Maja. Ja, mislim.
Še na kratko o priročniku EWA, razbimo stekleni strop. Zdaj priročnik predstavlja odličen vir tako za učitelje kot učiteljice in vse, ki želijo prispevati k spodbujanju enakosti spolov in spodbujanju aktivnega državljanstva. Njegov strukturiran pristop predvsem temelji na izkustvenem učenju, kar omogoča poglobljeno obravnavo tematik, kot so enakost spolov, spolni stereotipi, aktivna participacija ter razbijanje stereotipov o participaciji žensk v politiki. Zdaj priročnik je razdeljen na več delov, pri čemer vsak obravnava določene vidike. Razvozlajmo osnovne koncepte, se pravi na začetku priročnik začne z razlago osnovnih konceptov, ki jih lahko potem učitelji uporabijo pri sami razlagi v razredu, tako da potem tudi lažje se razume in priročnik in kako poučevati dalje te vsebine. V naslednjem poglavju opišemo pomen vključujočega učnega okolja, strategijami za premagovanje spolnih stereotipov in predsodkov ter ponujamo nasvete za učinkovito poučevanje o enakosti spolov v učilnici, se pravi, na kaj morajo predavatelji in predavateljice paziti tudi, ko sami predajajo snov, tudi vsakodnevno pri ostalih predmetih. V poglavju Zakaj enakost, ne samo enakopravnost, osvetlimo razliko med tema dvema pojmoma in pa obravnavamo pravni okvir in vpliv spolnih stereotipov na neenakost na različnih področjih življenja. Predzadnji modul Aktivno državljanstvo in enakost spolov osredotoča se predvsem na zgodovinski razvoj aktivnega državljanstva in pa tudi vključevanja žensk v politično in pa javno življenje. V zadnjem poglavju, ki je po mojem mnenju najbolj zanimiv, je pa Razbijmo mite in stereotipe o ženskah v politiki. Predvsem obravnava pogosto napačne predstave in stereotipe glede vključenosti žensk v politiko in vključuje dejavnike, ki vplivajo na politično udeležbo žensk, pomen same aktivne udeležbe in izzive, s katerimi se ženske soočajo ob vstopu na politični parket. Zadnja 3 poglavja, poleg teoretičnega dela vsebujejo tudi že pripravljene učne module, ki jih lahko potem učitelji in učiteljice direktno prenesejo v razred. Naslednja intervencija, ki smo jo naredili tudi oboji, in IPM inštitut in Ljudska univerza Celje, so izobraževalne delavnice. Kot že rečeno, IPM inštitut je predvsem deloval na področju srednjih šol, tako da smo naredili 22 izobraževalnih delavnic v 10 slovenskih srednjih šolah. Ljuds pa je potem naredil 30-urni program, ki je bil namenjen ženskam, mladim ženskam, ki si želijo aktivno vključiti v politiko. Pa bom jaz potem samo še na kratko predstavila naše delavnice. Delavnice so bile prilagojene srednješolcem in srednješolkam in so temeljile na že pripravljenem priročniku, ki smo ga naredili, in pa na testih, ki jih je izvedla, fokusnih skupinah in anketah, ki jih je izvedla Univerza v Mariboru. Glavni namen delavnice je bilo predvsem izboljšati ozaveščenost mladih o pomenu enakosti spolov, kot tudi pomenu aktivnega državljanstva, senzibilizirati mlade za prepoznavanje in preseganje spolnih stereotipov v njihovem okolju, povečati znanje mladih o političnih sistemih in pa tudi različnih načinih aktivne participacije in pa tudi opolnomočiti mlade ženske oziroma dijakinje za družbeno participacijo in pa spodbuditi mladino k vključevanju na splošno v družbene procese. Zdaj, vsaka delavnica je trajala 90 minut, bila je razdeljena na 2 dela, teoretičnega in pa praktičnega. Med teoretičnim delom smo predvsem predstavili ključne koncepte, medtem ko med praktičnim delom smo udeležence in udeleženke spodbujali k aktivnemu sodelovanju, izmenjavi mnenj in tudi kritičnemu razmišljanju. Sledili smo pa načelu, da vsak modul ne zgolj informira, temveč tudi navdihuje udeležence in udeleženke, da se zamislijo nad svojo vlogo pri spodbujanju enakosti spolov in aktivnega državljanstva v svojih skupnostih. Vsebinski poudarki delavnice so bili predvsem pomen aktivnega državljanstva, spodbujanje vključujočega in podpornega okolja za politično aktivacijo deklet kot tudi fantov, analiza spolnih stereotipov ter pričakovanj do deklet in fantov pri izbiri kariernih poti in pa nazadnje ženske v politiki. Do zdaj smo izvedli 20 delavnic na 10 srednjih šolah, Šli smo v različne slovenske regije in sodelovalo je več kot 450 dijakov, 2 dodatni delavnici, da pridemo na številko 22, pa bomo izvedli zdaj konec septembra. Zdaj pa besedo predajam še.
Hvala, Maja. Hvala. S tehniko smo se zmenila, da se bom malo spogledala, ker je pod temle se skriva kratek filmček v obliki fotografij, ki smo jih posneli med izvajanjem našega 30-urnega izobraževalnega programa, v katerega so bile vključene torej te udeleženke, mlade ženske. Najprej, to sem že začela prej za mlade, bom zdaj tudi povedala konkretno letnice. Vse skupaj je bilo vključenih približno 150 oseb, ker niso bile samo ženske, bili so tudi moški. Statistika približno taka, od 150 vključenih je bilo približno 125 žensk in torej nekaj malega fantov. Bili so vključeni tako študenti kot študentke, kot potem malo starejša generacija. Bom rekla, ker smo šli z leti nekje do 40 let, če sem kar konkretna, zato sem se tako zdaj razlagam ta koncept mladi in sem tudi prej že razložila, zakaj. Torej, celoten program je trajal približno 30 pedagoških ur, potem vključevajo teoretični, tako kot praktični del. Jaz sem vesela, da sta danes z nami kar 2 predavatelja, od teh, ki sta nam torej strokovnjaki, ki sta nam pomagali izpeljati ta 30-urni program. Pomenila sem že profesora Andreja Lukšiča, z nami pa tudi torej moderatorka današnje konference, gospa Nataša Briški. Prav Nataša je bila z nami skoraj polovico teh 30 ur in sicer so udeleženke bile deležne delavnice na temo javnega nastopanja, komunikacije, komuniciranja s svojimi ciljnimi skupinami, kar je bilo tudi torej bistvo, da se naučimo komunicirati na pravim, če lahko temu rečem, način preko vseh medijev in pa tudi z različnimi ciljnimi skupinami, da znamo torej svoje sporočila podati jasno in primerno torej naši ciljni skupini. Drugi modul, ki ga vodila magistra Ksenija Benedetti, veste, da ona torej profesionalka na področju poslovnega protokola, prav tako nas je opremila z vsemi informacijami, kako se pravilno obnašati na poslovnih in drugih torej političnih sestankih in še kje druge. Tretji modul pa je bila z nami Urša Zgojznik. Posvetili smo se temi, katere smo že tudi danes govorili, to je usklajevanje političnega in zasebnega življenja oziroma poklicnega in zasebnega življenja. Z nami je delila lastno izkušnjo, lahko tudi povem, recimo, kot veste, je Vesna Zgojznik soustanoviteljica stranke Vesna in je rekla, da je šla vmes na porodniški dopust in ko se je vrnala, so enem letu kar precej njeni sokolegi pozabili na njo in da potem se dejansko morala zboriti svoje mesto nazaj v stranki, ki je ona pomagala ustanoviti. To je samo ena izmed zgodb, verjamem, da jih veliko in jaz sem bila zelo vesela, da jo delila z nami, seveda s tem tudi opolnomočila druge, kar je bilo ključni cilj vseh teh delavnic, ki smo jih izvedli. Profesor Lukšič je z nami delil informacije, opremljal nas je torej, kaj je demokracija, možnosti prehoda v zeleno državo kot Slovenija in tako naprej. Ukvarjali smo se torej tudi bolj s političnimi temami. Vmes pa, ko se tale filmček že odvrtel, pa ste lahko videli, da smo obiskali ali odšli na teren, če lahko temu tako rečem, spoznavali delovanje državnih institucij, tako kot lokalnih. Gostila nas je predsednica države, doktorica, ki je bila danes tudi torej z nami, smo imeli priložnost, Nataša Pirc-Musar. Bili smo pri sekretarki državnega sveta, dr. Moniki Kirbiš-Rojs. Potem na lokalni samoupravi so nas gostili na mestni občini Celje, sprejel nas je župan Matija Kovač in pa podžupanja Saša Kundih. In pa prav tako smo imeli priložnost se pogovarjati s številnimi poslanci in poslankami, s katerimi smo posneli tudi krajše intervjuje. Jaz bi se na tem mestu, se mi zdi prav, da se res vsem zahvalim. Bom rekla, imamo zelo pozitiven odziv od vseh, ki smo jih prosili, da so na kakršnakoli način podprli naš program. Nismo dobili v bistvu ene zavrnitve. Tako da jaz mislim, da to kaže na to, kako so ta izobraževanja še potrebna. Seveda smo pa pri tem tudi realni, zavedamo se, da 30 ur ne more narediti ne vem kaj, nekakšnih sprememb, je pa gotovo nek uvod in pa nek pokazatelj, da so taka izobraževanja in bom jaz rekla, kot je bilo že tudi rečeno prej, ker je Andrej poudaril, torej v obliki mentorstva, spodbujanja žensk, nudenja podpore, da se lahko potem vključijo suvereno na politični parket. Mislila sem za tole našo predstavitev zaključiti z eno bolj svetovno znano političarko, ampak me je danes ta misel naše predsednice, da moramo biti jasne in glasne, prepričala, da je to prava pot, da bomo slišane, ker če ne bomo se povedale in da ne bomo dovolj glasne, ne bomo slišali in se bodo odločitve sprejemale torej brez nas. Hvala lepa za pozornost, če še bo kako vprašanje, lahko zdaj ali pa potem kasneje. Ja.
Hvala lepa obema. Magistrica Helena Valas je vodja sektorja za enake možnosti na Ministrstvu za delo, družino, socialne zadeve in enake možnosti. Slišali smo veliko o tem, kakšno je stanje v nekaterih državah sveta, kaj so težave v Sloveniji, vi pa nam boste povedali, s kakšnimi izzivi se v bistvu na sistemski ravni srečujete.
Najlepša hvala za besedo. Torej, moje ime je Helena Valas, prihajam iz ministrstva z dolgim imenom, Ministrstvo za delo, družino, socialne zadeve in enake možnosti in sem vodja sektorja za enake možnosti. Zdaj pa takole, mi smo imeli znotraj projekta dosti odgovorno nalogo, ker smo naslavljali širšo javnost, se pravi slovensko publiko. V nalogi, ki smo jih pa izvali, sta bili dve. Naša ciljna publika je bila najprej mlajša generacija, se pravi, to so tiktokovci, Gen Z, milenici. Tako da je bila medijska kampanja prilagojena tej publiki. Drugi del je pa seveda, ker smo ministrstvo, smo hoteli malo opolnomočiti tudi javne civil servants, javne uslužbence in smo za njih pripravili en izobraževalni tečaj. Zdaj bomo pa jaz malo več povedala najprej o kampanji in potem tudi nekaj malega o tem izobraževalnem tečaju. Zdaj pa jaz se moram najprej znajti v prostoru in času, pritisnem zelen gumb. Ok, da vidimo, če dela, noče. Ok, v redu. Skratka, namen kampanje je bil navdušiti in opolnomočiti mlade ženske za aktivno politično kariero in da sledijo svojim poklicnim ambicijam. Želim si, da so to tudi njihove sanje. In pa nagovoriti spolne stereotipe o ženskah v javni sferi in politiki, ki so dejansko ena od ovir za vstop v aktivno politično življenje žensk in deklet. Seveda smo za podlago, morate razumeti, da pač projekt je trajal istočasno, ampak hkrati v fazah, tako da prva faza je bilo tisto, kar vam je prej kolega Andrej razlagal, in to je bila fokusna skupina in pa intervjuji. In tam smo mi dobili zelo veliko podatkov o tem, kaj dejansko čuti mlada generacija in kako se zaveda, kakšne so ovire preden ali pa da bi sploh vstopili v aktivno politično življenje. Zato smo kampanjo oblikovali na način, da je pač upoštevala tudi vse to, kar je bilo že prej na projektu narejeno in tudi povedano. Zdaj, glede tega, kdo nam je pomagal, tole. Takole. Vizualna podoba kampanje je seveda sledila Gen Z-ju, ker je bila to naša ciljna publika, udarne barve, tudi kratek slogan. Kampanjo nam je pomagala delati zunanja agencija, ker mi kot ministrstvo pač nismo PR-ovska agencija, tako da so tudi oni morali biti zelo seznanjeni s tem, kaj so otroci ali pa mladostniki povedali in pač kaj je tudi fokusna skupina pokazala. In je bila kampanja zastavljena v večjih fazah in sicer najprej je bila na nacionalnem nivoju, so bili narejeni 3 videi, ki hočejo nagovarjati publiko skozi podatke. Skratka, koliko je župan, koliko je predstavnic žensk v lokalni samoupravi, koliko jih je na nacionalnem nivoju. In potem iz te statistike smo prišli do tega, da smo še daleč od tega, da bi bili v pol politiki, se pravi 50-50, kar je cilj političnega udejstvovanja, da pač, ker sta oba spola enako zastopana v družbi, naj bi bila tudi v vseh javnih sferah. Zdaj pa ne vem, Maruša, bom jaz lahko tole, dajte kar vidva. Skratka, mogoče vam bomo zdaj pokazali video, da vidite, da si približno predstavljate, kako je to izgledalo. Žal zvoka ne bo, ne, ampak je bilo tako, kakor da klika ura, tik, 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 in pa pip, da je skrajni čas in potem ta pol. Pa prosim tehnike, da vam pokažejo, da bo šlo, ok. Že tako smo imeli malo problemov, ker smo pač nismo profesionalke in smo kar snele iz YouTubea ta video in mi rekel, kaj ste to delali? Skratka, zdaj se on malo matra. Če ne bo šlo, grem naprej. Trenutek, ok. Kampanja je bila drugače kar uspešna, no, ker se je vrtela tudi po YouTubeu, pa po nacionalni televiziji. Evo tole, to je razmerje med županjami in župani, žensk in moških na županskih položajih. It's time for half politics. In potem pravi, become a politician in a female form of course. Ok, pa grem jaz kar naprej zdaj za prezentacijo. Skratka, to je bil eden od videov, niso imeli nekih, pač vizualna podoba je bila zelo prilagojena temu, ker ta generacija je res že zasičena z audio-video podobami, tako da so bili samo podatki. Ok. Potem smo pa poleg kampanje imeli tudi, ker pač je generacija, ki živi na TikToku, Facebooku, no Facebook so že malo starejši, pa Instagram, smo prilagodili tudi spletne objave, ki jih je bilo kar precej in spletne objave so pa imele za ozadje malo podatkov iz fokusnih skupin, se pravi najprej statistične podatke in pričevanje fokusne skupine o stanju in izkušnjah v politiki. Potem, to je bilo predvsem ti strahovi ali pa so ženske sposobne za politiko. Skratka, izjave, ki so jih dali mladi v fokusnih skupinah in smo jih prikazali kot izjave. Potem so bili statistični podatki, kot so bili tele v videu, se pravi, koliko je župan, koliko je parlamentark, koliko je, mislim, imamo srečo, da je predsednica, ne, ker naše super volilno leto 2022 je bilo za ženske prebojno. Predvsem zato, ker je nova stranka zmagala na volitvah in nove stranke ne vejo, kje so njihovi glavni volilni okraji in dajo oba spola enako, zastopajo in jih dajo tudi ženske na vrh volilne liste in to je pomagalo k temu, da imamo tako visoko udeležbo žensk v politiki, kar je super. Potem smo imeli v kampanji še prelomne datume v slovenski zgodovini, pomembnejše ženske v slovenski politiki in pa videointervjuje. Videointervjuji so bili na TikToku zelo dobro ogledani in obiskani. Zdaj bi mogoče primer objave na Instagramu, pa na drugih družbenih omrežjih tako približno izgledali, ne, da je 32% vprašanih meni, da se ženske s politiko ne bi smelo ukvarjati, recimo ta je bila kar grozna. Tlele na vaši desni strani imate pa pomembnejše ženske političarke in pa leto 1945, ko so ženske v Sloveniji oziroma takrat v Jugoslaviji dobile aktivno in pasivno volilno pravico. Tako da te objave so bile zelo dobro sprejete in tudi veliko, to pa je zdaj malo doseg kampanje, pač število vsebin vseh oglasov je bilo 77, prikazov je bilo 676 tisoč, kar je za 2-milijonsko populacijo in za dosti specifično določen krog ciljne skupine ogromno. Potem mogoče interakcije so tudi pomembne, jih je bilo, se pravi všečkov, reakcij, komentarjev je bilo 14 tisoč, s tem, da medijska kampanja je trajala vsega skupaj dobrih 6 mesecev, tako da veste, da se da tudi v kratkem času narediti veliko. Potem video je bilo na Instagramu, pa na Facebooku, pa YouTubeu, no, objav je bilo 521 tisoč, engagement, ne, kar se tudi meri v medijih, je pa 17 tisoč pa še nekaj, tako da skratka, mi smo dosegli v kampanji ciljno publiko. Zdaj, koliko se stvari res premaknejo, je vprašanje časa in se bo videlo verjetno čez, ne vem, 5 do 10 let. Mogoče bi zdajle pokazali še na TikToku smo bili tudi kar uspešni, no, in en od teh posnetkov je dosegel več kot 10.000 ogledov, pa bi si ga zdajle pogledali. In sicer vprašanje je bilo, ali
Se ti zdi, da imamo v politiki dovolj žensk?
Definitivno ne, zato ker nikoli ni preveč ženskih mnenj.
Ne.
Ja, načeloma jaz verjamem pač v sposobnosti, ampak še vedno mislim, da nimamo ravno preveč žensk.
Ne, jaz mislim, da je v politiki dobrodošlih še več žensk, kot jih imamo, sicer se z leti vsaj pri nas v Sloveniji stanje izboljšuje, ampak vendarle nismo še prišli do tiste številke 50-50, tako da dokler ne pridemo do tega, v politiki ni dovolj žensk.
Torej, vprašanje je bilo, ali imamo v slovenski politiki dovolj žensk in naključno izprašani ljudje na ulici so odgovarjali, da ne, da vejo, da jih ni dovolj, da potem je bila tudi evropska poslanka, ki pa je izpostavila, da seveda smo še daleč od tega praga 50-50 po zastopanosti. No, ker je bilo to na TikToku in ker je bila, seveda, kot ste videli, vprašani so bili zelo benevolentni in naklonjeni udeležbi žensk v aktivnem političnem življenju, so se usuli potem seveda tudi komentarji so bili dosti sovražni med drugim, ampak tudi naklonjeni, no, ampak tlele smo zbrali mogoče ene take tipične izjave, kjer se lahko skriješ za neznano identiteto in udrihaš po ženskem spolu, pa vam bom prebrala, ker je verjetno, ste to slišali tudi v vaših državah pogosto, in sicer: zakaj točno se daje prednost spolu osebe pred recimo kvalifikacijami, sposobnostmi, izkušnjami, katero zavajanje in lažna enakost? Potem nekdo drug je napisal: vse ne more biti pol-pol, me zanima, če se borite tudi za pol-pol pri gradbeništvu. To je zelo tak tipičen pristop. Potem ta tretja pravi: imaš pravico do kariere, ampak ne politične in vplivne. Lahko si tudi direktorica ali karkoli želiš, sam politika pa ne, oziroma političarka. Pa mogoče še najbolj tipična izjava za borbo med moškimi in ženskami pa: ženske avta voziti ne znajo, pa bodo državo vodile. Tako. To je bilo, potem so se pa seveda, je bilo tudi kar nekaj zelo pozitivnih ali pa ljudi, ki so se postavili za ženske v politiki. Tako da dejansko so te kampanje dosegle svoj namen. Zdaj idemo lahko naprej. Dejansko so kampanje ali pa kampanja je dosegla namen, da se je vsaj v času, ko je trajala, govorilo o položaju žensk v javnem življenju, pa tudi o položaju žensk v politiki. In z vsemi aktivnostmi, ki so potekale na projektu, ocenjujemo, da morate vedeti, da sredstva so bila zelo limitirana, no, da smo z zelo omejenim budžetom dosegli maksimalni impact. Je pa seveda tukaj, morate se zavedati, da pač te spletne platforme, ne, kot so TikTok, YouTube, imajo velik doseg, so dosti poceni, če smo že pri tem, ne. Je pa tudi kvaliteta komunikacije primerna pač splošni populaciji, tako da res vidite, kaj si ljudje mislijo, ko pač greš v objavo takih podatkov pa v take kampanje. Zdaj pa mogoče bi, če se vam da, no, druga aktivnost, ki je bila pa izobraževanje javnih uslužbenk in uslužbencev. Oblikovali smo priročnik in pa eno tako spletno orodje, ki pomaga uslužbenkam, da si malo začnejo, ali pa uslužbencem, da si začnejo predstavljati, kaj pomeni sploh vključevanje vidika spola oziroma gender mainstreaming v oblikovanje politik. Zato, da bi jih malo spodbudili, ali pa če bi imeli pač predavanja in person v osebnem formatu, smo vzeli dve zelo pereči statistiki, da se sploh znate malo empatično odzvati, pa bi vam predlagala, da greste na slajdo. In imate tam participation code, ali pa če si tole fotografirate, pa boste imeli dve vprašanji, dejanske statistike, ki so v Sloveniji. Maruša, jaz dam tole lahko naprej, ali še počakam? Ok, eno vprašanje je, delež ljudi, ki dnevno opravlja gospodinjska opravila, oziroma share of people who perform household chores daily, pa imate možnosti 3 odgovorov, pa zberite tistega, ki se vam zdi najbolj verjeten, podatki so pa za Slovenijo, seveda. Pa še en medmet, ženske so v Sloveniji izjemno sposobne in zelo pridne, tako da boste znali si pomagati pri statistiki. A smo? Da vas nam reč preganjala, ok. Maruša, zdaj pritisnem, pa se bo pokazal rezultat. Še naslednje. Ok. Ok. Mislim, malo s tehniko imamo malo... Ok, zdaj pa lahko, ne? Še. Ok. Ja, lahko prosim, če lahko dajte glasovati, če ne bomo počasi zaključili, prav? Je? Ok. Najlepša hvala za pomoč. Zdaj dam pa samo play, ne? Ok. No, takole je. Delež ljudi, zdaj pa sploh ne znam jaz to ljudi, ki dnevno opravljajo gospodinjska opravila, 12 vas je volil, 8 vas pravi, da je 55% žensk. Aha, se pravi, ok, v redu, 8% jih meni, pa zdaj, 5 sem. Ok. Jaz sploh imam tolmačenje. Se pravi, kaj? Ok, analizo. Analiza v bistvu tega... Mikrofon, no, bom jaz še... Takole, mi smo uporabljali tole anketo tudi, ko smo usposabljali državne uslužbenke in uslužbence, lih tako, da smo malo preverjali situacijo, tako kot smo zdajle v bistvu tlele v dvorani in sicer čista, kako vi dojemate, kakšno je razmerje med moškimi in ženskami pri gospodinjskih opravilih. Kakor vidite, da v bistvu pravilni odgovor je tale označen z zeleno kljukico, hvala, da so ženske v bistvu 2/3 tiste, ki opravljajo gospodinjska opravila. Večina očitno vas tudi je izbrala pravilni odgovor, tako da je nekako prepoznavanje teh stereotipnih vzorcev še zmeraj prisotno. Ene parih je tudi glasovalo, se pravi, da je nekako to še več, se pravi pri 48/16, tako da v bistvu ja, nekako mogoče je bilo, recimo, smo že šli v boljšo smer, kar se tega tiče, še zmeraj v bistvu je prevladujoče na ženskah, se pravi to opravljanje del, tako da nismo še čisto tam pri polovici. Ok. Hvala. Lahko da tam še rabila za tolmačenje naslednjega vprašanja. Zdaj pa naslednje vprašanje, pa delež ljudi, ki dnevno opravljajo gospodinjska opravila, pa lahko prosim, greste še enkrat glasovati. Obe vprašanji sta bili pa zastavljeni zato, ker seveda mi govorimo sicer o pol politiki, ampak pol politike ne more biti, če ženska nima časa, volje, niti energije, da bi po vsem tem, ko pač skrbi za dom, družino, gre v službo, se potem še aktivno politično aktivirala, tako da so bile pač z namenom ti dve statistiki izbrani. Jaz mislim, da je težava ali pa izziv žensk drugje po svetu še toliko večji, ker je toliko več skrbstvenega dela na njih, pa ker nimate tako kot v Sloveniji organiziranega predšolskega varstva in vrtcev. Tako da pri nas lahko otroke vpišete v vrtec z 11 meseci, kar pomeni, da vas delno razbremenijo skrbstvene vloge, sicer seveda se to pokriva z vašim časom, ki ga preživljate v službi, ampak verjetno je to vse en od pozitivnih ukrepov, mislim, definitivno je, zato da se lahko kot ženske še kje drugje vklapljate v življenje. A smo že? Ok, pa pogledamo rezultate. No, zdaj pač tako, 67% vas meni, koliko pač, mislim, da je tale odgovor to zgoraj pravilen, da pač 67% vas meni, da se 85% žensk odloča za skrajši delovni čas in 15% moških. Aha, ok. 22 vas meni, da se pač ženske v 98% odločajo za koristiti krajši delovni čas zaradi starševstva, in 2% moških in pa 70% vas meni, oziroma 22% vas meni, da se 70% žensk odloča za skrajši delovni čas. Jaz mislim, da je ta prvi ta pravi odgovor, ne? Ta drugi. Ok, no, pa smo pa kar pošteno svalili. No, statistika je, kar se tiče tega, pri nas kar v redu, očitno se pravi, da 70% žensk gre na starševski, verjetno je drugje precej slabše. Ampak me pa začudi, da vas je polovica mislila, da je ta prvi odgovor pravilen, ampak verjetno z razlogom. Tako tole lahko zaključimo, najlepša hvala. Zdaj bi pa mogoče nekaj zelo malega povedala tudi o kampanji, tukaj imate že, mislim, o izobraževalnem tečaju. Tole je screenshot usposabljanja, naredili smo ga v sodelovanju z Upravno akademijo. In sicer je zaenkrat je usposabljanje, na voljo bo itak ves čas, narejeno je v elektronski obliki. Trenutno smo štartali znotraj projekta z bottom-up approachom, se pravi, da nagovarjamo od spodaj navzgor in prosimo, da bi se čim več javnih uslužbencev in uslužbenk odločilo in šlo v to usposabljanje. Odziv ni najboljši, seveda prvo zato, ker ni obvezno. Pri nas veliko lažje dosežeš časov usposabljanja, sploh med javnimi uslužbenci obvezna. Ta drugo je pa, da se morate tudi kot zaposleni v državni upravi prijaviti posebej, imeti neke prijavne obrazce, potem na elektronsko spletno mesto in potem naredite tole, vzame vam približno 45 minut. Je interaktivno zasnovana delavnica, ki ima najprej neke vsebine podane in potem ti ponuja 3 možne odgovore. Ker je tale bottom-up approach ni mogoče najbolj uspel, smo šli zdaj top-down in sicer je pač naš kabinet poslal mail vsem kabinetom ostalih ministrstev in rekel, da naj najdejo 15 javnih uslužbencev, ki bodo šli skozi tale usposabljanja. Tako da upamo, da bo to rodilo sadove. Upamo seveda tudi, da bo teh 15 javnih uslužbenk in uslužbencev dobilo malo senzibilitete za to področje, ker predominantna logika v javni upravi je, da smo pred zakonom vsi enaki in če smo vsi enaki, potem tudi politike ne morejo biti različne. Tako da to je pa stereotip javne uprave, s katerim se srečujemo, ko začnemo govoriti o gender mainstreamingu. To je to, kar se tiče zaključkov, mogoče bi bila zelo kratka, da tudi tale naša kampanja je v bistvu trčila v vse stereotipe, ob katere smo trčili že v fokusnih skupinah. Se pravi, da so še vedno zelo močno ukoreninjeni stereotipi glede položaja in delovanja žensk v javni sferi. Potem vseeno smo kar uspešno in učinkovito obveščali javnost o vrednosti in tudi o dodani vrednosti žensk, ki participirajo v političnem prostoru. In pa najbolj zanimivo seveda je bilo spremljati debate na spletnih medmrežjih, kjer pa morate vedeti, ker smo ciljali res populacijo, ki je mlajša, nas je presenetilo, da so res, kot prvo, da se čuti, da so res, kot je že minister povedal, mlada dekleta usmerjena bolj v levo, mladi fantje bolj v desno. In debate so pokazale, da so tele stereotipi močno zakoreninjeni. In dvomim, da bomo lahko reševali to z enim projektom, dvomim, da bomo lahko reševali z eno medijsko kampanjo. In očitno sreča je, da imamo zelo veliko role modelov trenutno, ki so ženske. Ampak ko teh ne bo, če ne bo predsednice, če ne bo predsednica državnega zbora in ko pride tale generacija, ki smo jih zdajle spraševali, se pravi čez cirka 10 let, bi bilo treba zelo veliko narediti, verjetno, da bomo res na pol politiki. Tako, to je to. Hvala. Hvala vsem.
Hvala lepa za tole in kdo je najprimernejši, da postavi piko na i današnjemu druženju kot vodja tega obsežnega projekta, doktorica Suzana Košir, prihaja iz Univerze v Mariboru. Slišali smo, da je šlo res za zajeten projekt z veliko aktivnostmi. Tole je ena od zadnjih če me spomin ne vara, ste verjetno tudi veseli, da ste zaključili, ampak tako kot smo slišali na današnji konferenci, se delo na tem področju zares nikoli ne konča. Prosim.
Hvala lepa. Torej, čisto na kratko še z moje strani, glede na to, da se bomo probali držati tega našega zaključka. Zato bom rekla takole. Ja, res smo, na koncu smo našega 2-letnega projekta EWA, torej opolnomočenje žensk v sodobni družbi, torej opolnomočenje mladih žensk, mladih na splošno. In rekla bom, na koncu smo tele naše res krasne konference, ampak smo še daleč od konca, da bo enakost med spoloma. Na koncu bi se res rada, zato ker so vsi ti naši zaključki bili res povzeti po tem, kaj vse smo delali, kaj vse smo naredili v tem času, in jaz verjamem, da tudi v prihodnje bomo nadaljevali z našimi aktivnosti. Naša stran upam, da bo živela. Mislim, da materiali, ki so pripravljeni za pomoč, bom rekla, deležnikom, ki se bodo ukvarjali s to problematiko, da se bo nadaljevala. Verjamem, da je cilj, da se razvija to opolnomočenje mladih žensk od doma. Doma, potem v izobraževanju, v medijih in na koncu tudi v politiki. Na tem mestu bi se rada zahvalila vsem udeležencem, predvsem hvala našim sogovornikom danes in pa našim predavateljem, predavateljicama iz Indije, dr. Dolly Thomas in pa Cynthia Judd. Zelo rada bi se zahvalila tudi kolegici iz Kuvajta, dr. Radiki Lakšman, odličnim predavateljem, dr. Valeriji Barada, ki je predstavila našo sosedo, Hrvaško, kolega dr. Miloš Jovanovič s svojo predstavitvijo o Srbiji in pa nenazadnje tudi naša druga soseda Italija, ki je predstavila gospa oziroma profesorica dr. Elizabeta Marino. Na koncu bi se rada zahvalila posebno zahvalo mojim dragim kolegom, predvsem izjemno dobremu timu, projektnemu timu, ki smo ga sestavljali 4 partnerji, in sicer v prvi vrsti danes organizator te konference Ministrstvo za delo, družino in socialne zadeve ter enake možnosti, potem inštitut politični menedžment in pa seveda LUC, torej Ljudska univerza v Celju. Dragi kolegi, hvala. Super smo opravili delo in verjamem, tako kot sem rekla, smo še daleč od konca, smo še daleč od opolnomočenja tistega, kar je tudi naš cilj. In verjamem, da so to aktivnosti, ki jih bomo nadaljevali tudi v prihodnje. Tako da hvala lepa vsem in verjamem, da bomo zdaj še dosti poklepetali, mislim, časa je še kar nekaj, tako da bomo lahko izmenjali še svoje izkušnje, tudi odgovorili verjetno na kakšno vprašanje. Tako da hvala lepa vsem še enkrat in lepo druženje še naprej.
Hvala lepa tudi vam, doktorica Košir. Hvala vam, govorci in govorke, za navdihujoče prispevke. Hvala vam za aktivno udeležbo. Kot rečeno, podsukajte za rokav predavatelje in predavateljice na pogostitvi. Sem prepričana, da bodo z veseljem odgovorili na vaše vprašanja. Če bi želeli podoživeti, kar ste danes slišali, ali pa vsebino deliti s prijatelji, znanci in znankami, posnetki bodo dostopni na spletni strani eva.si. Hvala lepa vsem še enkrat in lepo popoldne želim.